Yeah, good morning, guys. So, how's your CA final preparations going on? Stressed? Obviously, it should be stressed. So, good morning, guys, attending on live also on YouTube. Yeah, stressed because when I was coming today morning here, because of the rain, all these things, I was just having a nostalgic moment. Like when I was studying for CA final back then, I was thinking about this. There was a heavy rain before, like 1 month before attempt, and morning. I'm like a night person. I cannot wake up in the morning. So normally in mornings when I was, but we have to, because the last month we have to change our sleep schedule and all these things, because I was studying at night and that was messing up my previous exam. So I was trying. So morning like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. we'll wake up and this cozy weather, heavy rain, and feeling to sleep, urgent to sleep. At the same time, we have to put the blankets and have to study. But that's a good thing, because once you clear CA, you will cherish all of these kinds of things. So have you done one revision of at least audit once? Decent enough, you have done. So not confident in essays, right? That is the problem, right? Essay, to be honest, when I was studying final also, essay was my nightmare. Obviously, in the initial phase, essay is the nightmare. And then later I realized, initially I was just studying essay. And from May 24 attempt, May 24 was the attempt I cleared. Before then, the questions from essay were not that complex or something. Like at least if we have some basic knowledge, we could have cracked. But right now, if you see, they're mix matching like so much, because I don't know whether it's because of the chat GPT or all of this. It's very easy for them to mix and match a lot of essays and put all the clauses, all these things together. So we need to have a, I would say, anyways, exam is just like 20-25 days only you have. So a strategical approach is better rather than, because how many of you are studying, like writing both the groups? Only one. Others are just one group, right? Single group. Oh, May 26. You have enough time. You can study everything. So, but this is just a quick revision session for the upcoming examination. Keeping that in hand, we are moving forward. Like we are not touching every essay. But our game is like, if you see, this was the kind of essays that were asked in the last attempt. So you can see. Then but we have to have a strategy. Like this essay is the chance of getting it repeated. At least one may get repeated, but mostly other essays have the other chance of coming. Like around you have more than 30 essays, so obviously anything can come. So, but there are a set of essays which have the high probability to come. If you see SQC and SA 220, every attempt it comes. One or two attempt maximum it may miss. All the other attempts it come. So we have to have an in-depth knowledge about that. So because our 5 marks is safe, then I think this attempt 240 may come. 240, like it's a bigger standard, 240, and not in inter also. So obviously it's a final standard. So obviously we have to give more focus on 240. Then if you consider 299 as an underrated standard, they can ask like from the minute areas of 299. Everybody studies just like overview of 299 and go. But 299 is a minute areas are there, like small areas where people miss. So 299 can also be a potential standard that can be asked. Then 315, 330 and 320 are basic like inter standards. 315, 330, 320 all are inter standards. But still it has a bit of relevance, because when they are mix matching questions, they are putting this 315 and 330. You would have seen in lot of questions. Yesterday I was checking at one of the question of study material where they put 315 purposefully, but no one will write the answer, quote the essay 315 there. So a lot of these kinds of hidden standards are there which you need to quote, that 1 mark extra, 2 mark extra, which may come in the paper. Yeah, so our focus for the day today, we are covering the 200 series. 200 series from 200 to around, not 200 plus 300 series. Quickly we are going on. But in-depth areas we are taking a bit more time, and other areas we are like quickly moving on. And questions also, I'll say something. How much ever questions you do, earlier there was a chance of getting repeated questions, because they never used to make questions like 2-3 questions. They'll mix and match and put the case study. Case study also will be a mix of 3 or 4 descriptive questions which you have studied from any question bank. But right now the chance of getting repeated question is only like 10-15%. New questions are literally that easy to make, because if you give me like 2 hours, I can make a CA final paper with ChatGPT. It's that easy. So, and that too highly complicated and technical paper, because I normally for exam test papers and all we are making. So there there were question papers which I was thinking, oh my god, what is the answer? Like this can also be the answer, that can also be the answer. You will get so confused. But so, so we'll start with SQC1 and SA220, and our question focus will be mostly from ICAI questions itself. If there is any chance of getting something repeated, that is study material stuff, and people neglect study material stuff and run behind all the RTP, MTP, a lot of people release this ChatGPT based questions that doesn't have a chance of getting repeated. So first, focus on ICAI study material questions first. Then, if you have time, focus on the read all the questions, and in your free time also, not in the free time, during your next 20 days, try to read maximum questions. If you are unable to solve it also, no problem, but because same question, if it gets repeated, just read the question and what is the base answer for that. Simple as that. That's only enough. And towards writing practice also, I'll say something. Writing practice is not needed for everyone. This is what I believe. If your English is decently well and you are able to, you have the concept in mind, you have the thoughts in mind, 5 points are there. If you are able to present it decently well, because that is only possible if your English is well. If your English is decently well, it is like one mock is enough for auditing. You don't need a very big writing practice. This is what I believe. You may have a different opinion, but if your English is bad, English good means I don't say it like if you're good at speaking English, that is not how it is. You should be good at articulating and writing the thoughts, structuring it properly in your head. If you're weak in that, at least do one question a day. If you can do a writing practice, that would be good. Because auditing, how many of you have checked the ICAI study material questions? Anybody? Checked all the questions of study material? Basically standards. Very few questions are there which are tough, and that are highly tough. You will not think that this is going to be the answer of that. No. Complicated, but I don't think they'll repeat those questions, but they'll take part of those questions and put it. That is why we are focusing on study material questions which people leave mostly. Yeah, we will start with SQC1 and SA220. Sir, coverage only standards on writing or basically Krishna Kumar. We are focusing on standards on auditing first. Then if we have time, then SRS. If you don't have time, then after fourth day, I'll upload one video about all the other standards, whatever is pending. So first our prime focus is on standards which have a chance of coming in the next attempt, and standards which are difficult for people to study alone. Like if, for example, if a 250, 260 are easy to learn, but at the same time SQC1 or SA220, it is easy, but it's a very big standard. It's too big of a standard. So first let's go with SQC1 and SA220, the most important standard for your next attempt. And I have given you they have not given you that material. No material have been given. So whatever material I am using here, they'll print it and give to you, and you are free to use any material you have, because only 1 month is there for examination. Whatever material you have been studying, any faculty's notes or any study material, whatever it is, use it. So today I will give a hard handout of this. Tomorrow onwards I'll give the PDF, whatever is needed you can print it. And some areas, guys attending live also, join my Telegram channel. I'll upload these notes once the class is over, and all the other notes, we are using certain charts, handwritten notes for some essays which are very big. Example, fraud is like a 10-15 page essay, and 15 page studying for a question which you are not 100% sure also. What is the point in studying that? Return on investment should be more. So we have made it to one chart. So if a 5-mark question comes, at least 3 or 4 will be in your hand, like that. So SQC1 and S, but this is worth studying because 5 marks question will come, obviously will come. SQC1 and SA220, both of these standards focus on the audit quality. Quality, that is how to improve the quality of audit. So first of all is SQC1. What is the difference between SQC1 and SA220? Basic difference. Tell me something. One is for the audit assignment only. So it's actually a very simple standard. Nothing is there, but it's because of the length, some minute areas may be mistaken. That is only thing in this. So SQC1, that is quality control for firms that perform audits and review of historical financial information, other assurance and related service engagement. In a CA firm, if this is a CA firm does audit, CA firm does all the other whatever services a CA firm is doing, this standard is applicable for every service that a CA firm is doing. Basically, everything, audit, historical audit, review, then other assurance engagements and service engagements also, this is applicable. And this standard, the base of this is to improve the audit quality, not only audit, like the CA firm's quality. So SQC1 requires that these are things you don't need to learn or anything. So elements of systems of quality control, I'll say which are the areas where a question may come from this standard. So those areas on a descriptive basis you have to study. Other areas just for MCQ or sometimes in one question, one like subpart they may ask something. So mainly let's focus on the 5-mark concept that is coming. Here SQC1 requires that every firm should have a quality system of quality control to provide it with a reasonable assurance that firm and its personnel comply with the standards and all these things. It's easy. So elements of system of quality control, we have basically 5 elements of 6 elements of system of quality control. That is, elements means what is actually coming inside quality control. To have a good quality for a CF firm, this is CF firm. CF firm should have good quality. To have a good quality, what are the elements that are coming inside that? So first thing is, so all these quality control policies should be documented, communicated to firm's personnel. Is it? Okay. 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 Let's just see. Ew. Okay. So first things for quality control, SQC1, a firm should do is policy and procedures. For quality control, like every CA firm, this one word, this PNP, policy and procedures, this word should be, this is a keyword. Anything that comes from SQC, this first sentence you should be like basically firm should have a system of quality control, that is firm should have policies and procedures. This one word should be kept in mind. So firm should have this quality control policies and procedures. It simply means firm should have a set of rules, set of policies, that these are the things we are going to follow to improve the quality of our audit or all the other services, because it is SQC1. And you may have seen in your whatever articleship firms you have done, is there anyone who have done it from a big 4 or anything? No, normal mid-size to higher firm. So in mid-size, I have also done from a mid-size, above mid-size firm. Articleship was in a mid-size firm. Then I worked in a bigger firm. So there I have observed certain things. In every mid-size firm, when you see, there will be a senior person in that CA firm, some old person who have written 3, 4, 5 attempts CA, and they have dropped the CA, and they are being at that as a senior manager. They are basically not a CA, but they have a lot of work experience. And the CA, whoever is in your office, CA will assign the responsibility to this person. That is, whatever reports we are issuing, you have to make sure every full stop, comma, everything should be correct. Report all the procedures, everything should be perfect. You have to make sure everything is correct. So the responsibility for quality control of SQC1, quality control of entire firm, lies with the firm's top person. Basically the CA, the managing partner of the firm, or the CEO, you can say, top person of the firm. That is a leadership responsibility, and he will assign this operational responsibility to one senior person in a CA firm who should be experienced, good skill, will, LM, all the things should be there. So that is the first thing that is coming, that is SQC1. The firm's chief executive officer and managing partner has to assume the ultimate responsibility for quality control. Then firms assigned with operational responsibility, that is persons assigned with operational responsibility, should have the sufficient appropriate skills, ability, necessary authority and everything. Simple as that. So first, CEO has the responsibility for the looking at the quality control, and operational responsibility is with some senior person in the firm who has sufficient appropriate experience, ability, necessary authority and all of these things. Then SQC1 requires the firm to establish, this is the first sentence, anything that comes first sentence, establish the policies and procedures designed to promote an internal culture based on the recognition that quality is essential. It simply means that internal culture, you can take a school. If principal is strict, obviously teachers will get strict. Obviously, students will also behave properly. But if principal itself is like a chill guy, teachers will also be chill. So students will also not be disciplined. Similarly, in a CA firm, If the chartered accountant has this idea, every work we are doing should be precise, pinpoint, right a date, we should give the work with no mistakes in the report we are giving, proper audit procedures. The CA is very strict on that. Obviously, everyone in the firm will be strict. So we have to develop that kind of an internal culture. So this one word, internal culture, we have to develop. For that, we have to establish proper policies and procedures. That is a CA firm. First they should do is, like when you clear CA and you are practicing, first thing you need to do, if you have a partner, sit with him and decide what are the quality control policies for our firm. Whatever work we do, everything should be documented, and give the responsibility to some senior person in that, like operational responsibility of that. So first of all, you have to create this internal culture, and you have to communicate this internal culture to every people in your organization. You created some rules, but if your employees are not knowing the rules, what is the point in that? So tell all the articles, these are the things we need to follow. Then assign someone to have the operational responsibility. So this is the conceptual area coming from this way, leadership area. Then comes the ethical requirements, that is you should follow all the rules and all basically things regarding independence, CA interest stuff. The firm should establish policies and procedures to get a reasonable assurance that firm and its personnel comply with ethical requirements and code of ethics. Fundamental principles are integrity, objectivity, professional competence, all these simple things. Then observance of independence should be done in all engagements. Firm should establish policies and procedures to get a reasonable assurance that firm and its personnel and experts maintain independence. Okay. First thing from here also, this one's word, establish policies and procedures. Every question, this word. First, firm should have a system of quality control, other policies, procedures for everything. Then to check the independence also, we need to have a set of policies and procedures. That is, we need to have a rule. When an audit work is coming, imagine audit work is coming, or any assurance engagement where independence is needed. When a work is coming, there should be certain rules. That is, first, engagement partner should check avangaloda independence. Then other person should check their independence and communicate it to the team, communicate to the senior people. Like if any independence is gone, how to solve it, all these things. So the rule should be created for this. What is the proper system? Who will check whether everyone is independent? So that system is what we call this policies and procedures. Okay. Then such a policies and procedures should enable the firm to communicate its independence requirements to its personnel, identify and evaluate circumstances and relationships that creates threat, and take appropriate action to eliminate the threat or reduce it, or to withdraw from the engagement. So it should be properly documented in this policies and procedures that we are checking independence like this, and if any problem happens, like if independence, before starting an audit, the engagement team, engagement partner will report the independence to the senior people. If any issue is there, then we'll put the safeguards, how to solve it. If it is no independence is there, we are going to withdraw from the engagement. All these kinds of things should be properly, how to do this should be documented. That is, firm should have a policy and procedure relating to that. It's very simple. Then at least annually a firm should obtain written confirmation of compliance with its policies and procedures on independence. In your CFM, where this kind of thing was there, written confirmation for independence was there. Every year, do they used to ask you? So this written confirmation of compliance, but are you, were you actually independent? There were situations, because when I was doing the audit, there was like distant relatives work will come to the CFM, but there is no point. But actually we need to do that. Zoom out the PDF because some of the words. Oh, okay. I understood. One second. Here it is visible, right? 1 second. Let me see. Now, what is the problem with that? 1 second. Yeah. So I'll correct it. So, yeah. Then SQC1 lays the emphasis on familiarity threat. Please come. Familiarity threat. How SQC1 is putting an emphasis on familiarity threat? Why? This is an area where question can be hidden. This one area, this one simple small area, because when you are auditing, what is familiarity threat? You know, right? Interlay we have learned. So familiarity threat, in when you are auditing a firm continuously for last 2 years, obviously you and that someone in the firm will get too close, become too good friendship, or some, whereas in the screen some problem is very zoom, screen is too zoomed in, like nama iPad screen. So SQC 1 lays emphasis on familiarity threat, that is using the same senior personnel over a prolonged period may impair the quality of engagement. So therefore, firm should establish criteria for determining the need for safeguards to address this threat. In determining the appropriate criteria, firm has to consider the nature of the engagement in the matter of public interest and the length of service. That is, firm, the CF firm should have policies that one same engagement partner will not be used for that same audit like more than 2 years, something, or same engagement team will not go for the same audit continuously for more than 2 years. No. So these kinds of policy should be there in the firm. So here a question they may ask relating to this, how the firm will ensure that, and what is the need for safeguard there, you have to write all these things. So firm need to consider what is the nature of the engagement and what is the extent to which it involves a matter of public interest. Is it an audit? In audit, if you are auditing a listed company, the public interest is very high because people are worried about the share price, all the things. So there the nature of engagement is serious. So obviously you have to rotate the partners, rotate the engagement partners or all these things. Or then you will consider the length of service. The same senior person is there on the engagement. Last 2 years or 3 years he is doing the work. So these two things should be considered. Hidden question may come regarding to this one area. Then, because we will see the questions also, no problem. Then comes the acceptance and continuance of client relationship and specific engagement. So a firm, this one sentence you have to, this and this, because it is repeated in essay 220 also. So obviously you have to memorize this completely. That is, a firm before accepting an engagement should acquire vital information about the client. Integrity of a client. A client is coming and talking to you. Before accepting the work, before accepting the engagement, you have to get some vital information about the client relating to the integrity of the client, its promoters and key manager person. Integrity means that whether the client is straightforward, honest. YouTube is a problem. Whether the client is straightforward, honest. Imagine Baiju is coming to asking you to do the audit. You will say he is not straightforward because he has taken a lot of people's money and now is nowhere. So these kinds of integrity issues are there. So if integrity issue is there, don't accept the work because it will affect your reputation also. Then you should check your competence. Competence means your competence. Whether the CFM we have the capacity, capability to do that work. I am a fresher chartered accountant and Baiju or Tata came to ask me to do the audit. How can I do it? I don't have the team members. I don't have the experience. I don't have the nothing. Then I should check the compliance with ethical requirements. Whether independence is followed. If it is my brother's company or if I hold shares in the company, I need to check these 3 things. Then once that is done, the firm should obtain information as it considered necessary in these circumstances. That is, before accepting an engagement with a new client, you have to check these 3 things before accepting an engagement with a new client. New client is coming. Before accepting the work, you need to check it first. Second, whether deciding whether to continue an existing engagement. Last year we were doing the audit. Current year also you are continuing the engagement. So there also you have to check these 3 things. And next, whether considering an acceptance of a new engagement from an existing client. Last year's client, current year the client is there, but he is giving me a new engagement. Last year I was doing audit, current year I may be doing review. Anything like that. So basically all the conditions are covered here in this. So you need to check these 3 things. The firm should obtain this information before these 3 things. That is, before accepting engagement from new client, whether deciding to continue an engagement or when considering the acceptance of new engagement from existing client. These 3 things, acceptance and continuance, you have to memorize. And then comes the descriptive question area. If any issues have been identified relating to integrity, competence, any issue has been identified, and firm decide to accept or continue the client relationship, it should document how the issue was resolved. This one sentence also please keep in mind, because if you have seen some questions in the question bank, you will know. I will show you like study material or whatever questions are there. These small sentences, they will give you a case where these kinds of issues are there and what is auditor's responsibility in this regard. You will write auditor has to obtain information before accepting and all these things, but this point some people may miss it. That is, you have to make sure, correct. Your notes are not visible. I have corrected it, Srinivasa. So please take the notes from the Telegram channel. Right now I have not uploaded. By once the session is over, I will upload it. Okay. Yeah. because whatever notes we are using in class notes also I'll upload. Questions also, whatever we are solving. Then with this also, what if any of these kinds of issue was there and still you decided to move forward with the engagement, that is client's integrity was not there. A question may come, that is a client was there and the client's integrity is not there, but still one partner in the CFM is saying let's move forward with the engagement, and what is your responsibility as the other partner in this regard, all these things. So when you are moving forward with the engagement, document how the issue was resolved and all of these things. Then with it, because this minute smaller area they are picking and asking, if you have seen ICAI's trend past before March 2018, at that time, or not 2018, before, even before that, longer questions was there on auditing, like only like 14 mark single question, kind of a very big questions was there. Then by almost 17 or 16, I guess, when the syllabus changed, they changed it to small 5 marks questions. Then by May 18, or after that, the MCQ was introduced to make it even more tougher. Then students adapted to that, because that time direct question was there, no indirect kind of question was there, direct questions they were asking. Then they, to make it more tough, they came with MCQ. Students also adapted to that. Then they made case scenario. Students also adapted to that. Then they slowly changed the descriptive questions to case scenario format. But that first situations was like, they'll give you a very big case and at the end directly question was asked. This was the pattern when I was writing CA final initial time when I was writing my first attempt, this was the pattern. This pattern they were asking. When I cleared the next attempt, pattern I changed. Like conceptually they are cooking things up. Like earlier, before ChatGPT, when they itself were making the questions, this case scenario questions was literally tough. But now I think it is bit more good, because earlier conceptually the questions were wrong certain times when ICAI was making, because the humans are making, they will put 3 questions mixed up, and in that language issues, all these things. But now language they are making, like highly technical English they are asking, but still conceptually the questions are correct, to be honest. So now it is literally they're slowly increasing the toughness. So if you see final study, exam papers, anyone attempted previous attempt, final attempted, you would know almost 70% of questions are being indirect now, case based, like bigger questions are novel they are giving for you to write in the attempt. So that is one area we need to be worried about. Then with regard to the integrity of a client, matter that the firm consider includes, that is how to check the integrity of a client. So a question may come, how to evaluate the integrity of a client, or they will say one CA firm was there, one client came. Like, I'm just giving you the possibilities of how questions may be asked from certain area. One CA firm was there, one client came, one CA partner was okay with the integrity, other person is saying integrity is having a problem. So how to evaluate the integrity? Because they are saying on the first look the integrity they are saying, but how to deeply evaluate the integrity? So you have to write this answer. This is very easy. You have to memorize 5 points of this, you have to keep in mind. These areas are just understandingly you can remember, but these are certain things which you have to memorize and move. Mindly it should be there. So first is identity and business reputation of the client, principal owners, everything you have to keep. Identity and their business reputation. What is their reputation? Like Vijayawada business reputation is literally bad. Like that. But ultimately I love the guy because he made money. He made whatever money possible, he made it. Then identity and business reputation of the client, sort of principal owners, key management, related party, and those charged the governance. 4 people's thing you should keep in mind, because I say is sometimes they go very simple area. They may see one partner is saying you have to check the identity and reputation of principal owners and key management only. Is he correct? MCQ may come. No, you have to check it for related parties and TCWG also. Small and like literally simple questions, they may make it as a very big question and give to you. Then you have to check the nature of client's operations, including its business practices. What business the client is doing. Baiju are in the EdTech segment they are there. If Mama are the FMC, like this shampoo and all these things they are doing. Then information concerning the attitude of clients, principal owners, key management, and TCWG. What is their attitude? Are they looking at things like aggressive interpretation of accounting standards and internal control environment? Are they trying to the loophole and find panni, are they trying to move forward? So this thing you have to check. Then you have to check whether the client is aggressively concerned with the maintaining low fees as possible. Then indications of inappropriate limitation on scope of work. Are they saying you cannot do this audit procedure? They're putting a scope, your scope, they're putting a limitation. In inter, you would have studied scope of audit, cover all aspects of entity, proper disclosure should be there, all of these things. So in the scope, are they putting any limitation? They are saying you cannot send external confirmation, or you cannot do this audit procedure, something like that. If they are saying, they are putting a scope, limitation on the scope. Then indication that the client might be involved in money laundering. If by you all the things when you are facing, you will know, because obviously you may get some indication that he may be involved in money laundering because he is transferring some funds to foreign countries, all these things. So question le, this may be a situation that they may give, like company is there and they have owned one company in a tax haven country, and they are sending money here and there, no proper records they are maintaining. You have to understand the client's integrity is gone because of indication of money laundering. Like that, you have to pick things up. Then reason for the proposed appointment of our firm and non-reappointment of previous firm. Why they came to us, why they left the previous auditor. So you can use this mnemonic to remember things. This mnemonic is literally easy. That is, in our college and school, we would have seen. How many of you have done college here? College, proper college, regular college, everyone has went. Everyone has went for regular college. 3 years BCom. I was also went. So that is the best day of life. That is what makes a person like I cannot say because YouTube will also hear like so. Yeah, college is the most that makes you that guy whenever you go, because that is an experience. I never went to college for study. College was just for a chill 3 years of. But I regret wasting the 3 years also. To be like enjoyment factor was there, but by the time I cleared college, it was like 23. I've started CA then. 22 or 23. Because college was like enjoyment, then 1 year is chumma wasted. Then only life became serious. So because when family, financial pressure comes in, you will become serious. And CA is the best course because there is no, because once we get in, there is no way out. You have to clear CA. If you clear CA, you are a hero. If you are unable to clear, basically you have to stuck at 30,000 pay. That is the problem of CA. So this attempt. I was also facing this. Other loop, CA loop, and the loop can be broken with only one thing, that is hard work. Hard work not means hard work, not just hard work. Obviously, I would say, but still, it is like lot of people give this average effort. So 10-15% students are there deadly studying, or 20-25 students are there deadly they're studying. Another 75 students, they give average effort, go fail attempt. Next attempt average effort, go fail attempt and come. So one attempt average effort break panna, you will be able to finish it. Because I'll say my case, when I was writing my attempt which I cleared CA, second group was already cleared. Then my wish was to clear both the groups in one shot and all those things. But unfortunately, COVID, and I was writing one paper. First group, I have only prepared first group really well. Second group, already when we have this plan, first aggregate, second extra. This was my plan. So second group, I have studied like 70% topics only. Like also like 50% topics good, other topics just wasted. Then first group, but perfectly prepared. First paper attend, like I was having very big fever. Stories, like long story short, I'll say. First paper FR I wrote, like heavy fever. I took 3 dolo, like paracetamol, and I wrote the FR paper. Then after that, when I came home, I have this heavy fever, so I went to take an injection so that AFM can be studied better. When I went to take injection, they told checking COVID is like antigen thing is mandatory. I told, hey, whatever you do, I just need an injection, let me leave. A municipality has asked to do this, I will do it. He did it, and I was watching this, some AFM marathon or something, sitting. After tomorrow, AFM is my toughest paper. I hate AFM, to be honest. Because AFM is a problem you would have seen. If they are asking repeated questions from the text, easy paper. Like then what they do is, one attempt they will ask everything from the textbook. So we will study, then why should we understand everything conceptually? Let's memorize things and go. Next attempt they will ask highly conceptual paper. Like then next attempt we will highly memorize things, conceptual learning, and we'll go. Then they'll repeat the same textbook stuff. At that time, a lot of your friends who would have memorized things will pass. Hurtful. So COVID, like that, I became COVID positive. Then I was unable to attempt the first group. But 2 days back or 3 days back, it started. So by the second group starts, it went off. And second group I wrote and I cleared. Luck. That was luck, I can 100% say, because risk management one paper was there for us. This open book. And luckily that attempt, that paper was literally easy. So aggregators, I mean, second group what aggregator that helped and I cracked. But first group when it came, I was like next attempt, I already studied it once decently well. Then I never got leave from office and we were stuck in the office. Like everyone goes through the problem. But that time, like my manager, like office, they gave me leave on March 1st itself. You take 2 months, go, clear, then come. I was happy. But March 1st, I never had the mood to study. So I never studied because that was that time, like this thing was going. Exam will be postponed to June. Some election. No, not 21, May 24. It was being postponed to June 24, June end postponed. The news was there. I was thinking, why should I study? I was just chilling. March month, even though I got leave, I was unable to study. I was just chilling because last so many months I've been working that hard on office and all those things. So I took 1 month. I'm not focused to study. Me and one of my friend was also there. But April, and we were looking like now ICAI will postpone, waiting for notification. But lot of someone has gone to court, some issue was there. April 2nd, the court decision came, no postponement. April 2nd, now only I have 28 days for preparing. I have only studied 4 months back. I've never touched the CA final first group. Only one FR or something, some 1 or 2 chapters I studied in the March. Then me and that friend had 2 options. So what she went through was, she'll say, hope is gone. Anyways, 28 days, CA final is not possible. First group. And syllabus is changed. Lot of chapters we studied in the previous gone. Now new syllabus, other chapters came. In auditing, the SRE, SRS and all those damn things came. Digital audit came. But ESG came. I have never even seen these things. Then AFML also, capital budgeting came. And whatever I was confident at in auditing, risk, I mean, insurance audit, all those things was removed. But then I thought, okay, 28 days is there. What can we do? Give the blood and sweat. I gave it and I cleared. So that is why I'm saying you only have like 20 days now. You have a half studied thing is there in your mind. Just 20 days is what makes the difference. So if you can pull this off, in the vati mudichiru. But average effort la pona, it will never work out. You have to pull that much work. So what I'm saying is this is the mnemonic which we need to keep in mind. So Rana and Leela both have aggressive attitude. And this is said, one guy is there in the college. Namella college we would have seen one chocolate boy will be there who goes behind all the girls. Like, how are you? Then I love you. All these kinds of people are there, like chocolate boys are there. So this guy, first he went to Rana. And Rana immediately rejected. Then he immediately went to Leela and Leela also rejected. So then he is now going to his friend and saying both have aggressive attitude. So this Rana means business reputation. RE is reputation. NA is nature of operation. See, reputation, nature of client's operation. Leela is indication on the limitation on scope of work. Limitation on scope of work. LA is laundering, money laundering. This is car or indicator and indicator put it. So interpretation on limitation and indication on money laundering. Then both have aggressive attitude. Aggressive interpretation of accounting standard 1. Then aggressive attitude to maintain low fees as possible. Another thing. Then attitude. What is clients and principal owners' attitude towards all the things. Then PA means proposed appointment of number firm and non-reappointment of the previous firm. Okay. So this is one thing which you can use. Oh, I would love to, like, if it was normal batch, we would have sit there, memorize things, and slowly we would have gone. But in the revision batch, I hate. Quickly we have to jump on to topic. I'm hoping you have studied things once. So revision is what you want, right? To do quick go through. Then considering whether a firm has the capabilities, competence, time and resource to undertake the audit, following things should be checked. That is, integrity we checked here. Competence we are checking below. This is what we are checking, competence of the firm. Does our firm have the capacity to do the audit? There you are checking whether our firm's personnel have knowledge about the industry. One steel industry audit comes to you. Do we have any knowledge about steel industry? Then firm's personnel have experience with the regulatory and reporting requirements. Some bank audit comes to you. Does your firm have the know about the regulations and reporting requirements of bank audit? Anything? Then firm have sufficient personnel to be like one bigger audit come, or 50 people are needed to do the audit. Imagine, chumma. Do we have 50 people? No. So that thing. Then are experts available? Then you have to check whether individuals meeting engagement quality control review is available inside the firm. Do we have, or do we know any people who can do this engagement quality control review for us? Then whether the firm will be able to complete the engagement before the reported deadline. These are the things you will check regarding competence. This is also you have to memorize, because question, I'll say every area how questions may come. That is a problem. Like we know the answer, but question reading we'll read, we will not understand anything. Even though we knew the answer, we will miss it. Or sometimes in certain areas, you will think this is the answer and you will write, yes, that is the answer. Plus 2 or extra points was also there. That I will show it to you today. One question is there regarding fraud, I guess. I checked yesterday. I will show you. There are points which you never thought should be written there, but they have written it. That is a problem with. So this one, easily one question may come regarding this. That is to check the competence of our team, what to do. Then, if there is any conflict of interest between firm and the client, you have to resolve it before accepting the engagement. Then, where firm obtains or any information, because this is the date we started audit, and once we started audit on this date, we got some information that some fraud or some issues there regarding the client. If you would have observed or got this information on this date, that is before accepting the work, if you would have declined the engagement, you would have declined the engagement. In that case, you should do this, but don't write you should do this. That's the answer. The question is, you should have policies and procedures set up to do this. The small word, policy and procedure, that is a change. You should have proper policies and procedures. That is, if firm obtains any information that would have caused it to decline the engagement, if information was obtained earlier, in the information, if you have got it earlier, we would have declined the engagement. Then firm should have policies and procedures on continuance of client relationship, on continuance of engagement and client relationship should include consideration of this. That is, that policy should consider these things. Firms' quality control policies are there. Inside that policy, you have to write. That is, we started an audit. After doing audit, in the process of audit, if we got any information, if we would have got this earlier, we would have declined the engagement. In that situation, what as a CA firm we should do? Firm should have a policy and procedure ready and set for that. That is what is written here. Policy and procedure should be there. The policy and procedure on continuance should consider these things. It should consider the professional and legal responsibilities that apply to the circumstances. Then there is a requirement when they report to the person who made the appointment. Then what is the possibility of withdrawing? Then this policy and procedure. So firm should have policies relating to what they should do when the withdrawal situation comes. Then those policies should consider these matters. That is in the policy. Whatever policy we are making, those policy should consider these 5 matters. What are the matters? Discuss with the appropriate level of client management and TCWG regarding action to be taken, action that the firm might take based on the relevant facts and circumstances. That is, discuss with the policy, you have to have these things. That is, you have to, once an issue comes, you have to discuss with the management, TCWG, all these things. And how are you planning to discuss? Everything should be written. Then, if the firm determines that it is appropriate to withdraw, firm is saying we are planning to withdraw, then discuss with the management and TCWG that we are going to withdraw from the engagement, and the reasons of that also you have to tell. Then, consider whether there is any legal requirement to remain in place or report the withdrawal to any regulatory authorities. That is some insurance audit or bank audit, you have to report to the regulatory authorities also when you are withdrawing. That thing. Then document the significant issues, consultations and conclusions, and the basis for conclusion. So firm should have a policy and procedure regarding withdrawal, and that policy and procedure should address these 5 things. So I'm assuming you already studied, just creating a structure that whichever area questions may come and what basis they may ask it. So here when the question comes, the question will be what are the policies and procedures, what are the considerations for policy and procedure. If that a question comes from here, you have to write this, plus this. Don't just write these 5 points and come. Sometimes ICAI's suggested answer you would have seen, this will also be there, mostly. So if you know this also, better write that and come, else 5 marks in a paper, only you get 3 marks. That is why lot of students are saying, I have written, but ICAI is not giving mark. 5 marks, the 5 points is CA inter. CA final, have an introduction, have a conclusion, plus the 5 points, link it to the question also. That is a format for writing. I was going through this problem. I thought interlay we used like 5 points, 5 marks question come, tuck in the 5 points you will write, expecting 5. Paper when it comes only 4, maximum 4 or 3. This is what I get. Then I took the suggested answer and I compared with it. Then I understood, oh, idu madri write panna, you'll get marks. So writing practice is there. That is where the writing practice is not about your English, how well you are able to structure the answer. Your introduction regarding SQC1 and all these things, then the situations, then this one thing. Then adukku keela oru conclusion also. In this situation, what should the firm do? Then human resources. Very easy. Notes is there in the Telegram channel, Srinivas, but as of now I have not updated. Like whatever notes we are annotating here, then including this I'll upload it today around, like once the class is finished, by 1:15, 1:30 I'll upload. Before leaving from here itself I'll upload. Then human resources, firm should have proper, inge also policy and procedure. In the policy and procedure word, don't just ignore the word. Don't write the points without this word. Establish policy and procedures to get a reasonable assurance that firm has proper employees with the capability, competence and commitment to ethical principles and all is simple. Firm should establish policies and procedures requiring that, this one point, firm should assign the responsibility of each engagement to engagement partner. Then not only related to audit. Any engagement firm is doing, there will be a senior person who is in charge of the engagement. So on the engagement partner, you have to assign the responsibility, and firm should establish policy and procedure, in-game policy and procedure requiring that identity and role of the partners are communicated to the key members of client. You have an engagement team. You are going to do some work of a client. So before doing, firm need to make sure. Firm should have policy to make sure that the team the engagement partner what is their responsibility. Tell this thing to first to the client. It's not like engagement partner will go and introduce. No, some people in the senior person will be there in the firm who knows the client. They should introduce the person to there. Right. Then engagement partner has appropriate capabilities, competence, authority and time to perform the role. Easy. Then responsibility of engagement partner should be clearly defined and communicated to that partner. What you need to do, responsibility, everything, tell it to the partner. Firm should assess the performance of their partners and team members, keeping in mind their commitment towards quality. So here, sometimes in the question area which can come, CA firm hiring of articles and all these things are there. So you would have seen in a lot of mid-size CA firms, when articles are hired, they never check anything. When any article, if they ask for a articleship, they'll have a basic interview and directly appoints it. But one of the firms which I worked, there they had a rigorous criteria for selecting articles. The firm was not very big or something. I was not working there. I just visited there for a few weeks to work on one project. Their article, and that's not a very big firm also, but their article hiring, they have a solid process. When an article sends a resume, they're saying we don't want inefficient people. Even though if you are only having 5 articles, it's okay. But 5 articles should be able to work independently with their own. They should study and improve their own. They are creating that kind of a culture in the CA firm. Whereas one firm where I worked, any article you send a resume, 9 people attending interview, out of 10, 9 will get the job. And related to this, a question can be framed. That is your internal, they should have creating an internal culture like this. Hiring should be based on competence, capability only. These are the answer you need to write. Question may come related to this one area, this human resource, because these are things which people ignore in the SQC1 essay 220. Everyone studies this areas, everyone study. Human resource and just read and ignore. But sometimes they may ask along with this one question from this also. So human resource, understand and leave. Understand and study. Then engagement performance. Consistency in quality of engagement performance is achieved through, that is consistency. Should I make you revise, like ask you questions? I've not prepared that well. I just simply ask. Because if you have studied well once, then you are just coming for your recalling purposes. Then asking question is the way. I mean, that is the way. Or if your concepts are not that strong, or you have studied only in a brief way, we'll explain and move. Okay, because in 15 hours is what we get nearly 15, 18 hours something. In that we have to cover more than 30 standards. Then engagement performance. Consistency in quality of engagement performance is achieved through briefing of team of their objectives. Then this is very simple. You can just read the consultation should take place in difficult and contentious matters. Then consultation include discipline, nothing is there. Then comes to engagement quality control review. So who is an engagement quality control reviewer? Is he someone within the firm, or is he coming outside the firm? Inside the firm? Outside the firm? It can be any person. He can be inside the firm. Some senior, he should be only criteria is a senior experienced CA. That is a criteria. He can be someone which is inside the firm, like top CA, very big firm, 10 partners in a firm. A top partner can be one person who may be doing this, or someone who is outside the firm, another CA in a different firm who can also be done. So keep this in mind, first thing. Second criteria for engagement quality control review, it is mandatorily applicable for listed audits, listed companies audits. Other cases, firm can devise a criteria. Like for this, like we are auditing a bank or we are auditing a bigger PSU, we will have a engagement quality control. Firm can decide. The main thing is, I'm asking you another question. Shall the engagement quality control reviewer consult with engagement partner during audit? I mean, during audit, engagement partner, or any assurance work, engagement partner consulted with the quality control reviewer. Sir, this is a problem inside the audit. Sir, what should I do? What audit procedure should I use? Is this possible? How will he maintain the independence? If it's an audit, tell me. But there is also an independence requirement for engagement quality control reviewer also. Because this is simple point, but twista they can make you the MCQ. You can collapse there. So engagement quality control reviewer should also be independent. It's not like he should be independent of the company client. No, he should be independent of that engagement team. He should not be related to that team who is doing the audit. When you are doing the audit, you should, that engagement quality control, what is his purpose? Once this audit work is done, he will just come and check whether the proper procedure was followed, or rules was followed, everything he will check. So he should not have given any advice, or he should not be related to this engagement team. This team should not have consulted to him. This is the main rule. But there is a thing that normal smaller consultations, everything this person can do. But if engagement quality control reviewer is totally associated with this audit, then he should not do that engagement quality control review. Adukku firm need to have a policy and procedure. Firm need to have a policy and procedure to make sure that engagement quality control reviewer is not highly associated with that team, engagement team. First thing. And if engagement quality control reviewer is associated, that is, he is doing some helping and advising and all of these things, then firm should have a policy and procedure where it is clearly mentioned, if engagement partner is not independent, then firm should, what is the policy firm should do? Like another engagement partner, like that. And who will be that? All this firm should have a policy. That we'll discuss when it comes to SA 220. It is highly discussed there. But for students attending live, I said it here. Yes, he can, unless reviewer objectivity has not affected. Yes, correct. Simple sentence. He can consult. Consulting, smaller consulting is done unless reviewer's objectivity is getting compromised. That is exact dialogue. Perfect. Then engagement quality control review. This is basically SQC 1 whatever is coming. Simple. Significant judgments made in an engagement should be reviewed by AQCR. Extent of review depends upon the complexity of the engagement. That is how deep you need to review. Depends upon how bigger that work is, audit work, whatever it is. And the risk that the report might not be approved, then okay. Then engagement quality control review is mandatory for all audit of listed firms. Then if engagement quality control review for audit includes considering the following. In that review, what is he actually doing? Engagement quality control review will say, what is he actually doing? He will evaluate engagement team's independence. Independence correct he will evaluate. Second thing he will check is what are the significant risks that came through the auditor. Then what are the judgments made? What are the whether appropriate consultations has been taken place on difficult matter, because in these CA firms ego will be there. In bigger CA firms ego will be there. That is engagement partner for doubt to under accounting standard or applicability or auditing standard or applicability, a doubt came. So what this person will do, if he should, in that situation he should consult with some senior and write a procedure apply pannu. But because of his ego he will not do it, because if he says something, sometimes promotion hold item, some tension will be there. So this kinds of issue may happen. So this engagement partner will make sure that appropriate consultation has taken place on matters where a difference of opinion or other difficult or contentious matters, bigger matters, make sure a proper consultation has been done. That is tough, because when an engagement partner is reviewing, if he identifies some tough areas, complicated area, he will ask the engagement partner, why did you use the substantive analytical procedure here? Why did you make that judgment? He will give an answer. Engagement partner, because he is an experienced CA, he will say, you should not have used it here. You should have consulted with some person. Here other procedure was, test of detail was better. Like that he would say. Then what are the matters to be communicated and all these things. Then the working paper proper they will check. EQCR is a partner or other person in a firm who should be a member of ICAI, qualified suitable external person. Okay. EQCR for these things I have here comes the independence. EQCR for an audit of financial statement of listed entity, this one. It is necessary to maintain the objectivity of review. It's not the independence, objectivity. Basically, objective. Then, therefore, participation in engagement or making decisions for the engagement team is to be avoided. That is, he can consult, engagement partner may consult. The problem is not there during engagement, but without compromising his objectivity. So, basically, independence. Objectivity should not be compromised. This area, keep in mind, I have seen certain questions in this area, because recently a lot of in the coaching academies or a lot of people are creating audit questions. GPT they are creating. A lot of students are also doing it to just to test themselves. Or if you go to Google LM, Notebook LM, if using Notebook LM, right? There is some app website called Notebook LM where you put the PDF and all. They will ask you questions. You can frame anything. So questions from Notebook LM and all, they are uploading. Different questions I have seen. There I saw this one question related to this. But other than it is not ICAI's question. So we cannot say ICAI is going to ask you that. Thousands of questions can come like that. First, let's focus on what is there in the study material. Still, if you have time, you can focus on what is there in the RTP, MTP. And RTP, MTP mostly after May 24. What is the point in going? There is no way ICAI is going to repeat the same question. No. Because in audit, no chance. 10% question may get repeated. There is no point in studying a lot of things. The requirement part will be repeated, but the question framing will be completely different. Then ability to perform an objective review is impaired. That is, EQCR is kind of not independent. It's not like independence, his objectivity is gone. If the nature and extent of consultations are significant, care should be taken by the engagement team and reviewer to maintain objectivity. Okay, that is done. But if objectivity poeta, what should do? If this is not possible, another individual within the firm or a suitably qualified external person. Firm should have policy for this. In-game policy and procedure. I am putting that word into your head. Policy procedure. If this is not possible, another individual within the same firm or a suitably qualified external person is appointed to take the role of EQCR. Then firm's policy should provide for the replacement of EQCR where the ability to perform objective review is impaired. So, firm's quality control policy, it should be mentioned. Engagement quality control review. If EQCR is, his objectivity is impaired, then what should do? That's the policy. Some route should be there. Then if difference of opinion, there might be some difference of opinion between engagement team and those consulted with the engagement partner and EQCR. engagement partner is saying a qualified opinion is needed. EQCR is saying, no, it's not a very big deal, give an unmodified opinion. Or something opposite, vice versa, some issue is happening. Or if there is an issue within engagement team itself, any issue is happening, the report should be issued only after solving it. Solve it first, then issue report. Sometimes the issue will not be solved. Engagement partner has an ego, EQCR has an ego. Both will say, my view is correct. In that case, if recommendations of EQCR are not accepted by engagement partner and matter is not resolved to reviewer satisfaction, engagement the MCQ. You would have seen ICAI asking in the sentence one word 5 ways they may ask MCQ. Which is correct? That is to reviewer satisfaction, to engagement partner satisfaction, to that CFM or managing partner satisfaction. So keep this one word, reviewer order satisfaction. It's not engagement partner order satisfaction. So these are small areas we are touching on revision. So when the question comes, because we cannot go in depth at this point of time when there is only 20 days before exam, but areas where you should be worried about, I'll say in every essay, wherever anything can come. Yeah, then matter should be resolved by to reviewer satisfaction. Then the matter should be resolved by following established procedures of firm, like consulting with another practitioner or a firm or regulatory body. That is, if EQCR and engagement partner have issue, first let them talk and solve it. If still it is not resolved to reviewer satisfaction, then firm should have a policy. Firm ka policy in the situation what to do. Consult with some another senior person or consult with some regulatory body, whatever to do. Firm can decide a policy on that. Then comes engagement documentation. Very easy. Engagement documentation is very easy. Firm should establish policy and procedure for engagement team to complete the assembly of final engagement file on a timely basis. That is 60 days from the date of audit report. Audit report, whatever date is the date of audit report. In case of engagement, where 2 or more different reports are issued at the same subject matter. Same matter, 2 reports are issued. For a standalone financial statements report, a consolidated report, or any other any report, 2 reports are issued on same company or client. Same client or same financial accounting year, 2 reports are issued. Basically, 2 purposes issued. The random treated as separate engagements. That is, for one audit report order, what date it was issued, 60 days from that. Another engagement was issued on another date, 60 days from that. Treat it as a separate engagement. This one point is important. Keep in mind. They may ask a 5-mark question itself. The simple point, they may ask a 5-mark question. There you have to just don't write this and come. From here onwards, you have to write till here. Sometimes this also you will have to write. But question is only this. This is a question. But like provision madri, you have to write all of these things. Then Kile, because of violating this thing, it's just gone like that. When we discuss the questions, you will understand how they are expecting us to write the answer. Oru chinna answer evlo cook up stories we need to make. And don't be ashamed also to write. When I was writing, I have this habit that ashamed means I'll say audit. People say you have to mention point. Point you have to mention. That is correct. There are 5 points or answer. Or intro you have to write. Then 5 points mention. Then link this 5 points to question. Then conclude. One of my friend was there. Her problem was she was always worried. She have to make the paper look neat, clean. And she is saying 5 marks. Why should I write more than 5 points? I will only write 5 points. And every paper she will only get 3 marks. And every attempt audit 38 to 43 stuck for 2-3 attempts. She is never looking at the paper also. What is her problem? Check panna. Then once we checked, we found out that suggested answer check pannumbodhu. Don't be ashamed. I will show you one answer today. How in depth they have written. But on the 5 points, point wise correct. But key some linkage you can write with like whatever is there in the question. Repeat it, rewrite it. Because that is there in the suggested answer. We'll see. Then where 2 or more different reports are issued in respect of same financial information. Same info, 2 report is issued. Then the firm's policy and procedure relating to the time limit of assembly should consider each report as if it was a separate engagement. So, for listed company, the same financial information report 1, report 2 issued. This is separate 60 days, this is separate 60 days. Consider that as a separate engagement. Then policy and procedure should be designed to maintain confidentiality, safe custody, very simple. Then policy and procedure on documentation of engagement review, this is also simple. Then nothing important is there. Engagement documentation is a property of auditor, you will know. Engagement document has been retained for a period, that is 7 years ago retained, all these things. This is 7 years from the date of auditor's report. Hoping remember that. Then comes the monitoring. That is whether the independence and all, quality control is properly monitored. In CA firms, even though like main CA will be there, he will tell to this another like senior person, these are the quality control policies. So before issuing audit report, recheck it once, no spelling mistake, check pananam. Like all the, make sure before finalizing audit, all the audit procedures have been followed up. Like a firm will have a checklist, basic things to do. Other tick item, you have to make sure proper program was made, proper documentation was made. So in one of my office which I worked, one senior Chechi was there, like Akka was there. So once we finish an audit, we'll go to her. Akka, it is finished. So she will sit and she will check everything once more. In this situation, like why you did this checking, why you got this confirmation, all these things she will ask. We'll again, if something was missing, we'll redo it. All the things we'll do, then we'll finalize. So her duty is the operational responsibility of quality control. CEO has the leadership responsibility. Operational responsibility is her duty. But even though she is there, another person will be there who will monitor ellame proper. In our office, it was there. Another person was there. His duty was just to make sure ellame stricta is going there. It was just kind of like a admin staff, we'll say. In CA firms, we have someone. His duty is to just check ellame proper. That is monitoring the quality control. So, a firm should have proper policies relating to the quality control. Firm should ensure that the policies relating to quality control are relevant, adequate, operating effectively and complied. Ensure policies and procedures should include an ongoing consideration and evaluation. Simple. Then quality control engagement has to be monitored, taking into account these 5 factors. How to monitor quality control? Direct question can come. These 5 things. Because SQC1 and SA 220 don't leave anything. Because 5 marks direct it is coming. And like any material, whatever material you are following, just to do 10 or 12 pages, the maximum length. In my material also, like 7 pages something is there. My material I have covered everything. Because this one standard, everything is needed. Like this standard, then another area. 540 is a highly expected standard, but last attempt I think it came. Not came. Last time it came, right? Came. I believe, when I checked, I believe, I forgot I have 540 was there. 540 is a highly expected standard. Then 402. 402 for CA final, because internally the standard is not there. So this is only for final. High chance of probability standards are SA 240, SQC1 SA 220, 402, 540, then 250 was also a highly possible item. 250 came last time. So this time 260 we have. So we are not touching 250, we will touch 260 now. Then 810, 800 series, obviously everything is important. 800, 805, 810. But slightly more focused to 800 and 805. This attempt. So first let's focus on, because when you are 1.5 day revision, don't sit for revise everything. No, first revise. I'm saying audit revise 2 times. 1.5 day. Practically seems impossible. But break it like after the AFM paper finishes, before you go for exam, like morning 7 AM of the exam day, 1 revision should be over. 7 or 8 AM at least. Before like 8 AM on the exam day, like you have almost 1.5 day, then that 8 AM to 1 PM, whatever you are studying, revise everything quickly once more. Illana, whatever you studied 1.5 days back, that AFM day, you will definitely forget. Sometimes you will not remember. So adakaga revise 2 times, and it is practically possible. I have done it everywhere. Only thing is, you need to follow something called the I am not saying now because no time is there, like 20 days. But still, I used to follow a question sheet approach. Like every chapter, what all are the topics? SQC SA 220 question areas like monitoring, other question is a single page I used to write. then I used to stick it onto the wall. Side le whatever mnemonic is there, if konjam tough questions, I'll write the side le what is the answer and then keep it. So almost 15 pages le my entire CA final was there. My duties, and I have trained my mind to recall it so well that exam day before in the 1.5 day, I'll just go there, stand like this, look at this, every chapter I can recall. And the benefit is that structure build up. Like any essay in the question coming, we can easily plot, because in your mind 10 pages are fully loaded. In our mind in the 10 page, 1 page. So when the question comes, I can think, SQC one, what are the 10 questions in the question, in the question, like tak, I can eliminate things. If konja doubt to anda, I'll show you like inter I made it. Final next attempt I'll make it, because final lot of questions are there which we need to touch. It will something look like, I'm just showing. The tough chapter in the you make it. At least for essay SQC you make it. Like this we'll make. And the side all the mnemonics and all we'll make it. So essay, this is SQC1 essay 220 same thing. If I want, I can give it. This is what are all the possible questions from SQC1 essay 220. That interlink is same. Then we will move. Okay. How to check the monitoring? Very easy. Make sure quality control systems are properly designed. And one thing, guys, studying audit, like guys attending live also, hear this. Lot of people make the mistake of studying everything line by line. At least 70 to 80% audit people, students will know what is the right way to study. Like everyone will say keyword learning, keyword learning. What is the keyword learning? No, it's not like you are studying the words and going. No, if this, for like imagine we are taking this question to study. I'll say two types of students. One student is the one who works so hard and says auditing is not there in the his. He studies deciding whether quality control systems are appropriately designed. Like he studies the entire sentence in a stretch, and he wants to replicate the entire sentence properly. That's mudiyadu, because auditing is that huge in final level. When we are studying this, our thing should be whether quality control systems are designed properly, designed and implemented. When the answer comes, you should be able to write whether the quality control systems are properly designed and implemented. This quality control system designed, implemented. And the words you have to write the answer. When you are studying also, brain don't try to store this entire answer. Better try to store these words, and the words in the connection build panni you have to study. Then only auditing will get to easy. If you are studying, trying to sit and study entire sentence line by line, it takes lot of time, and revision also takes lot of time. And I don't know to what extent you can cover it. Then, so make sure quality control policies are properly designed. Then check the new developments. That is whether any new developments in the professional standards, etc. has been there in the quality control, put in the quality control policies. Then make sure the responsibility is given to this partner. That is interesting, the responsibility of monitoring partners process to a partner. That is monitoring, checking whether quality control are followed. That responsibility should be given to some senior person in CFO. So make sure that responsibility is assigned to a partner. Then dealing with the complaints and allegations against the firm or any employees of it on non-compliance with the standards. Is there any complaint scheme? They are not following the standard, employees get against you, a firm against you. Is there any complaint scheme? You have to make sure. Then taking action. This is like kicking. Taking appropriate remedial action against the personnel who did not conform to quality control policies. Then taking deficiencies in the design and action when deficiency in the design is there in the quality control policy. So if you are learning this, it should be like in the 5 words both. You should be able to write the answer with the 5 words. This is how, if you can see, if someone from the north is watching, let me say, the difference between students I see in north and south. South we are very hard workers. We are like super hard workers, but we don't know the knack of studying. Only very few students in south knows the art of studying or knack of studying. You would have seen in north, there are people studying for 3 or 4 months. They are coming out with a rank and going. And there are us studying for 1 whole year, writing 2 attempts, still there is no passing is there. Why? Because we are also working like them. We are also sitting like them. We also have much better brain, but the thing is they know the knack of studying. அவங்களுக்கு தெரியுது எப்படி படிக்கணும்னு. Because there the seniors will tell the juniors like இது மாதிரி படிச்சா பெட்டரா இருக்கும், இது மாதிரி எல்லாமே. But our thing is study, work hard வேணும், but learn the right technique and then work hard. So one thing I can say to you for AFM and FR you are going to attempt, lot of you would have experienced this. You would have studied decently well രണ്ട് paper. When you get the paper, happy എല്ലാ questions தெரியும், pen down, first step என்ன? You would think where to start this question? Like ஒரு பெரிய question ഇതിനെ working note start பண்ணணுமா, or what was the first step to find in this question ஒரு doubt வரும். I have seen a lot of people stumbling. I had this when CA Inter. Then I learned from one North Indian guy, like he's saying, he is like there they say a stepwise approach is there. Like stepwise we also do, but it's called a route to answer. Every bigger questions, like smaller questions it is okay, but bigger questions you have to have a sticky note and questions sort of side stick that sticky note and route to answer. Find this. எப்படி இந்த answer finally கிடைக்கும்? First step என்ன, அதில் இருந்த செகண்ட் ஸ்டெப் என்ன, ஒரு ரூட் மாதிரி வீல் கீப் இட். ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு 3 page ஆன்சராக இருந்தால் கூட, லைக் இப்போ ஃபினான்ஷியல் இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட்ஸோட ஒன் கொஸ்டின் விச் இஸ் கமிங் ஃபார் FR, ஒரு 4 ஸ்டெப்ஸ், பேசிக் ஸ்டெப்ஸ், ஃபைண்ட் திஸ் டன். ஒரு லிங்கேஜ் போல, லைக் பிக்கர் கொஸ்டின்ஸுக்கு. So that when the moment you get the question, there is no doubt in your mind, clarity will be there. So have a route for all the questions, and at least now in the last month you are quickly revising. So there is no time to solve all the questions, but before exam also, that day also, now also, at least 1 to 2-3 questions per chapter per index, solve it, else hand will not work in the paper. Varada kaile, especially first paper. Second paper obviously you are getting used to it, but first varada. So now we'll go to essay 220. Very easy, direct opposite to this is everything konjam and remove panni essay 220 will be there. Yeah. So essay 220, quality control policies pertaining to audit engagements. For audit, that one was for quality control for all the other audit plus all the works done by a CFM. Here quality control for audit only. Okay. As per essay 220, the objective of auditor is to implement the objective of the man. There is no need. Then first let's focus on leadership. Their leadership responsibility was for with whom? Leadership responsibility of quality architect anga CEO and the managing partner. Stop. Here it is with the engagement partner. Engagement partner has to take the responsibility for overall quality on each audit engagement. The engagement partner or responsibility, not like the managing person. No, one work will be given to an engagement partner. Bro, this is the audit, do it. CFM will give it to the engagement partner. Ini ada avangaloda responsibility. Make sure that audit is done in good quality. Then actions of the engagement partner should emphasize on, engagement partner or actions should emphasize on importance to audit quality of performing the work as per the proper standards ellame follow pannu, complying with the quality control policies, issuing auditors report that are appropriate, and what is engagement team's ability to raise concern without fear of reprisal. Idile this is the only point, a tricky point where they can ask the question. Baki ellame is very easy. They may frame oru audit team is there. In that audit team, engagement partner is bit strict. Because he is strict, the new articles are there in the engagement team, first year articles. They are afraid to speak about their doubts and everything to the engagement partner. So in this situation, what is engagement partner's responsibility? Leadership responsibility. So there you will have to, if that is a question coming, you will see, you have to, they'll never ask what is a leadership responsibility. No, what is the responsibility of engagement partner in this regard? When you read the question, you should think it is coming from in the question. Because in paper when you go, you have almost this much essay, all the chapters in your head. In the area this question came, you will not remember. So that is why I'm just saying the simple things once more. So there you have to write engagement team, engagement partners action should emphasize on making the engagement team comfortable so that they can raise their doubts without any fear of reprisals. That is engagement partner or duty. Then team should be made comfortable so that they will ask all the doubts and all the concerns, everything. So the engagement partner or a doubt. engagement partner actions should focus on this. That is, he should be a calm person. Proper management. The fact that quality is essential in performing audit. Simple. Then ethical requirements, that is check whether any threats to independence are there, where safeguards are there to eliminate the threat. Simple. Reporting by engagement partner, that is engagement partner and team should tell it to the seniors if any independence issue, anything is there, they should report. Simple. Then acceptance and clients, same thing. Firm should establish whatever we learned there, same thing, cut, copy, paste here. Before accepting engagement, all these 3 things are there. Then assignment of engagement team, it should be ensured by the partner that engagement team and auditors experts have the competency capability. Then here comes another descriptive question that can be asked. So here in essay 220, descriptive, this is a chance. Ethical requirements, this same thing we are learning there, so no extra. This is another chance of descriptive. Engagement partner has a responsibility for, engagement partner has a responsibility for direction, supervision and performance of audit engagement in accordance with the professional standards. He is responsible for this. That is, what is the responsibility of engagement partner in relation to engagement performance? Performance is responsibility. Performance. That is, when they are asking that question, don't just write these 4 points, only 4 marks. This is also 1 point question. You have to rewrite on the point. When this question is asked, normally you will write these 4 points and come, but this is a point of the question. Also 5th point. So engagement partner has a responsibility for DSP, direction, supervision and performance. But DSP Arun is a DYSP, police DSP Arun consulted with a Dr. Sai. Sai means SAE, sufficient appropriate audit evidence reported. DSP Arun consulted with Dr. Sai. Simple. DSP, he has a responsibility for direction, supervision and performance of the engagement. DSP Arun, audit report should be appropriate in the circumstance. He has to make sure audit report correct audit report or qualified opinion situation, correct qualified opinion audit report is given, he has to make sure. Then review of audit documentation before the issue of audit report. Before issuing audit report, review the audit documentation once. Then ensure that audit evidence has been collected and there is enough support and conclusions. Then ensure undertaking of proper consultation on difficult or contentious matter. DSP, that is direct, supervise and perform the engagement. Avangalukku responsibility. AR, audit report should be appropriate in the circumstances. UN then consulted, he should consult for difficult and contentious matter consultation. Then doctor, that is doc means documented. It should be properly documented. Then SAI, sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Simple. Then quality control review, same thing, engage. Here, who should, it is whose responsibility to make sure that engagement quality control is done? Engagement quality control reviewer appointment pandrathunnallathu firms oda policy. Firm oda policy adu. But when it comes to audit, it is engagement partner has to make sure quality control reviewer is appointed. But make sure when the question comes, exclusive one related, the firm will have a policy and procedure to appoint an engagement quality control reviewer. But SA 220 basis audit related question, firm should have a policy and procedure for quality control reviewer. But related to that engagement, it is engagement partner's responsibility to make sure quality control reviewer is appointed. So this one, quality control reviewer is appointed. So for audit of financial statement of listed entities and other audit engagements, engagement partner shall determine that EQCR is appointed and discuss the significant matters arise during the engagement, not to date the audit report till the completion of engagement quality control review. This is a question. ICAI study material they have asked. Simple question. Then EQCR shall perform an objective evaluation. This is easy. He has to check the same thing we learned up. Then for audit of financial statements of listed entities, EQCR on performing the quality control review shall also does this. Firm or independence check pananam, consultation of difference of opinion take place, but documentation simple. Then monitoring difference of opinion, same what we learned there. Monitoring also similar. Then documentation, he shall document the following matters relating to audit. What are the issues identified? One conclusions, simple points. Same as SA 220. SQC1, whatever we learned, similar thing. That is why I am not repeating. Then difference, same thing we learned. Then another mechanisms of quality review. Other than engagement quality control review, what are extra mechanisms? Earlier when I was learning, this was two horrible chapters. Peer review and quality review. At the time there was separate chapter. Is there anyone who has studied that? Old attempt fresh. Okay. How many of yours first attempt is next attempt? First attempt next attempt is your first attempt. Like second attempt on that. That is the best thing, bro. Because nowadays I've seen companies when they are hiring, will say first attempt is a preference. But nowadays, if you go to a startup, imagine you failed 10 times in CA. So my example I'm saying, not you, or someone who failed in 10 times. Startups, they are asking, if you have failed more, then it shows that you are resilient, like you are having that willpower, still you conquered it. So they are taking people like that. When a friend, he is running a very big startup based in Kerala, very big startup. Like huge funding. So he was hiring some people for accountant side and CA related side, accounts finance side. His condition was, he failed in multiple business ventures, multiple businesses failed. His condition is, I'll only hire people who failed, because they only have tasted how society reacts to them. They have this attitude of, if we have failed only, we'll know how to get through it. So failure is not a big deal. But failure problem is there. That I should say. When you fail, confidence issue. Next attempt, last attempt, I studied everything, but still I failed. Then this attempt, how will I move forward? But there is something which you are not noticing. The fear when I failed first. But last attempt, you studied almost 70% topic. And this attempt, you are not that same guy anymore. In the elephant story, you would have heard. For elephant, circus, if you are taking an elephant and going, chinna elephant initially it is tied to a small wooden log. And it will try so hard to break it in the first. But But when the elephant becomes too big also, it will never try to break it from the same log, because of the mind is stuck. Same thing. But now it is a bigger elephant. That is your case now. Last attempt it was you studied, you were a smaller elephant. But with all those knowledge, plus the knowledge you got in these 2-3 months, whatever you studied, now you are a bigger elephant. Just to try another. But in the fear mind in that you have to man. Because to the people who are writing it to the first attempt, or all the other people, if there is someone who has failed, you have much more experience than them. You have tasted the failure once, you have tasted the paper once. You have all these assets inside you. Realize this and then move forward. It's a weapon you have, not something to be afraid about. Then mechanisms for review of quality control. How will you review quality control? What are the other mechanisms? First, peer review board. Peer review is there, quality review is there. Peer review is constituted by ICAI. Quality review is done set up by the central government. It consists of member with the central government and ICAI. Two members here, but the purely constituted by Council of ICAI. So the main objective of peer review is to ensure that in carrying out assurance assignments, it is for checking assurance services, where we are signing and giving. Assurance services is what peer review board comes and checks. Basically, we will check whether the standards, ethical requirements, regulatory requirements, everything was complied. Peer review, it's not like deeply checking whether the audit procedures are not deep checking of that. Peer reviewer comes and does the deep checking of whether you have properly followed all the standards. Standards basically audit procedures, whatever you did is correct, not that deeper. Then checking whether company, the CA firm has good system in place to make and proper documentation thereof to which demonstrate the quality of assurance services. So peer review, quality review, the difference is peer review, they are checking the applicability of standards, then ethical requirements, regulations and laws, plus they will check whether CA firm has the systems, quality, documentation. This is what they check in peer review. Quality review, it's not like that. I will explain the difference. And then peer review is meant for purposes of enhancing the quality of professional work. Quality enhancement, like simple. Peer review means examination, review of systems and procedures put in place by a practicing unit for ensuring quality of assurance services. Once a practicing unit is subject to peer review, then assurance engagement records with him. Then peer reviewer will give a peer review certificate. Let me ask you one question. peer reviewer did the peer review, but he is not satisfied. Will he give a report? I mean certificate, peer review certificate? Yes or no? No. In that case, what will he give, and what should the what is the normal procedure in that case? Corrections, yes. So before corrections, like peer reviewer came, did the peer review, and if he is satisfied, okay, then he will give a peer review certificate. That's a recognition, super CFM recognition like that peer review certificate. Then, if the reviewer is not satisfied, he will not give a negative report initially. First he will do is he will give a recommendation report. Like these problems are there, so these are my recommendations, correct it, then I will do a follow-on review. So recommendations, he will do all the corrections, CFM will do all the corrections. This peer reviewer again comes, recheck that all the things, then if he is satisfied, he will give a peer review certificate. This is the process of peer review. Understand, negative cases, they will not give a negative review. But quality review, it is not like that. Quality review certificate is not issued. That we will learn. Quality review report is what we issue. That I will explain. There are small things, but if they want to make the paper tough, the chinna areas focus panni period questions they may frame. Then peer review, okay. Once on the completion of this exercise, peer review certificate is issued of an unqualified issue on an unqualified report. In case of a qualified report, it is informed that practicing unit that the same cannot be issued along with the reasons, and or a follow-on review will be done. But when the quality review comes, quality review functions means to make the recommendations for improving the quality, to review the quality of services, to guide the members. Here, what is the difference between peer review and quality review? Guys in live, tell me, what is the difference between peer review and quality review? Correct, Gaudami. What is the difference between peer review and quality review? And the process is a difference. What are the things you are checking there and checking here? Have you seen peer reviewer coming, like CA firm? They would have come. What is the difference between both? Chinna or difference peer quality review is like, if imagine I am a very big CA firm and I am auditing one bigger company, like some Reliance, bigger company I am auditing. So this quality review, peer reviewer, that board can pick a CFM for review, and you can also apply for getting the peer review done. So two ways there. They can come, you can also ask, please do peer review, and fame, like listed company audit I have to take, so peer review certificate, all those things you will do. But quality review, you cannot apply. They are picking. Other difference. Second, procedural difference. In quality review, they know you are doing the audit of Reliance and Tata and some other bigger firms also. But Reliance and Tata, very bigger firm, a very bigger company. So the quality reviewer will come in the bigger one or two audits. They are going a bit deeper into that than peer review. Audit ellame correct. Full area of that audit quality will be checked. That's the quality review. Peer reviewer comes. All the assurance engagements, whatever work we have done, other than 3, 4, 5, 7 samples, he'll check. Deeper point, but not as deep as quality review, and he'll check. Peer reviewer first checking standards or rules and regulations followed, company documentation proper, systems proper. System means what? Policies and procedures. Basically, company system means for audit till the audit starting till the audit finishing. There should be a system inside the company, how things are going, like every week a proper review is actually happening, what is the policy and procedure for engagement reviewing during the procedure, all these things. Okay. Then, okay. Then, quality review, there is no holding the report. Peer review, I told, negative report, they will not give the report. They will ask you to do the corrections and then only they will give you the report. But quality review, when it comes, here report is basically not withheld. That option is not here. Negative or the negative. If negative, a company is not having quality in its work, negative report. And when a negative report comes, it's kind of a very big problem for that CFO. Very big problem, because they will take disciplinary action for negative reports and all these things. So, other than quality review. So here after quality review board issues a report. It can be positive, adverse or qualified. If poor quality is there, quality review board will take disciplinary action. And one more thing, who issues the quality review report? Reviewer, review board issues. Keep that also in mind. Chinna things, but this is not there in your material. It's not like that way mentioned. See, the review is carried out by technical reviewers who are empaneled by the board on engagement. It is not mentioned like the detail, but just understand and keep it. Done. Then NFRA is there very easy. NFRA has been constituted as under the section 132 of the Companies Act. Duty of NFRA, monitor and enforce the compliance standards. This is very easy. Now we'll see one question of SQC. The ICAI questions let's focus. So like I am taking whatever standards we are learning, basically from chapter 1 to chapter 7. As per ICAI order, all standards are coming, and 8 is coming in 8th chapter, like another chapter. All the questions in study material we will do. So basically it's kind of you have covered all the things, mostly all of it. In the simple direct questions, that we are ignoring, directly asking requirement part. Some a bit essence questions. I don't think they will ask also in the paper. Paper now ICAI thing is one question should be this long. This is 10 questions. That is ICAI standard. This is question you can expect. So what was SQC one of the question? This is SQC one of the question. Okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 questions we'll solve, then we'll go for a break and come back. So this is a very easy question. You don't have to read everything. This is a direct question. So guide the MB and associates about matters to be considered with regard to integrity of a client. How to evaluate the integrity of a client. Rena and Leela both have aggressive attitudes and reputation of a client in nature. This is a direct question. But chumma oru case kodutharu. Idu 2022-23 age format was this kind of questions. But now the format is in the Mari questions. So evil essence is there. SPS and associates chartered accountants are the statutory auditors of GREC Limited. When you are reading, I'll tell you how to read the question. Audit, normally we'll say one reading we need to finish them. But audit 2 reading and 2 reading finish aganam. 3rd reading there is no time for you. So when you are getting a question, only 2 readings should be happening. And if your strategy is like first 15 minutes, if you are reading questions a bit deeper, like if you are doing it, then whatever I'm saying, like you underline the keywords, right? Underline the essence. So that when you are rereading it for solving the next attempt after like 1 hour or something, it will be very easy. So SPS and associates chartered accountants are the statutory auditors of a company. GREC Limited is engaged in manufacturing and marketing of pharmaceutical goods in India. Okay. During the year, company has diversified and commenced providing software solutions in India as well as in African countries. SPS and associates, while carrying out the audit, noticed that company has expanded its operations into new segment as well as in a new country. Okay. SPS and associates does not possess the necessary expertise and infrastructure to carry out the audit of the diversified business activities and accordingly wishes to withdraw from the engagement and client relationship. Discuss the issues that need to be addressed here. Like what are they talking about here? Correct. Competence. Simple competence. So, only this one sentence is enough. SPS and associates, while carrying out the work, notice that company has expanded and its operations and into a new segment as well as this one, and SPS don't have the necessary expertise and infrastructure to do the audit. So competence is what you want to write. But competence is the 3 points you have to write. Then like before accepting engagement from a new client, all those things you have to write. Plus he is wishing to withdraw. For withdrawal point also you have to write. So normally inter level, if a question is coming, this withdrawal point may not be there. Like competence only you have to write 5 points are done. But in a competence withdrawal so don't think like 5 points write you will get the mark. No, full venam. So let's see how the answer is framed by them. First, see, this is introduction. And you don't have to write this long of an answer. But something should match like this. A format should be like, it is very hard to write like this. It's not possible also. So first let's identify the nama standard sort of question. First rule is, first point is identify what standard it is. Standard sort of question answering format. First standard and identify panni, quote it first itself with the proper name. Standards or name like quality control for the FS write proper financial statements. There you write, because some paper checkers are there who have this irritability towards that. But normally that's okay, but still you have to write it. Then quality as per SQC1, chumma introduction where they have written. Then in the given case, SPC came to know that company has expanded its operation into new segment. SPC don't have the necessary expertise. Chumma story rewritten. This is why what I told. Don't be ashamed. Question or answer linkage rewrite but don't rewrite it to a very big extent that you will waste so much time. No. Even 3 sentences you rewrite the question. Every question. So answer look big and suggested answer also similar match. So even if your conclusion is wrong and the matching 1 mark you will get. So this thing you have to do. Another question, sir, volume is low from beginning. At first I thought mistake is in my speaker or audio, but to Bluetooth device for order listed. Yes, order listed already. Yes. Yeah, I'll do mic. I'll just reconnect at once. Sachu, I'll try to, and in the break I'll just recheck what is the problem. Live getting disrupted. 1 second. Okay. Okay. Still no problem. So first, idellame introduction. They should have policies and procedures on the withdrawal should address the following issues. So they have written, discussing with the appropriate level of client order management regarding what is appropriate action to take in here. Then it is the firm determines it is appropriate to withdraw, discuss with the client management the withdrawal. The policy is there. Same thing they have written, but detailed written, not the point wise. Very point or explanation they have added. Then what is the professional, legal and regulatory requirement for reporter together with the reasons. That entire thing you have to quote. And if you see, Yuvraj, YouTube volume kammi check panna YouTube. Some people go audible. Okay. Then yeah. So if you see, what were we expecting? Like in the integrity mention pannanam, competence mention pannanam, have they mentioned it? No. Common sense le namma mind le enna potte adu mention pannanam, right? So when you get the answer, like normally if I was also there, I would have, when I read this question first, I was also thinking the same. But not a question bank is there, like a question bank that we are making is there. So adile this question was not there because it was compiled. The compilation in this question engage missed. So now I was rechecking. And then the questions ICAI important is there. Like there is no point in putting lots of question and making the question bank with 1000 questions. No. My point is like question bank should be very short, precise, important and tougher questions. Easy questions, why you should be there in the question bank. So tougher questions are fixed pannapo. In the question is easy, but everyone will write integrity, objectivity, competence there. But our ICAI answer is completely different. This is what happens in exam also. We may think namma answer correct, but they are thinking in a different point of view. See the requirement of the question. Requirement, I think associates does not possess a necessary expertise and infrastructure to carry out the audit. Discuss the issues that need to be addressed before deciding to withdraw. This is the question. Question is not regarding the integrity, objectivity. Question is, what are the issues that need to be addressed before deciding to withdraw? So if you are writing the answer, no problem. You also quote integrity, objectivity, எல்லாமே quote பண்ணிட்டு requirement requirement oda basis main answer you have to write. Issues when withdrawal is happening. That's anga proper all the normal issues there in the textbook. It is there. So now comes 7th question. It is a very big question that we'll do at the end of it. Or you want a break now, or after break should we do, or do it now? Questions. Do it now. Finish and then we'll have a break. Adukapra now all the standards are easy. Tuck in the 2 hour ella mudinju. Only this standard we are emphasizing this much. And 240 iru konjam. Baki ellame 1 hour la finished. Then PQR associates are the statutory auditors of a large unlisted company which is engaged in manufacturing and components. Subsequent to the reappointment of auditors in AGM, subsequent, company shared the appointment letter with the PQR. Auditor ku audit appointment letter send panna. Then seeking the acknowledgement and acceptance letter. CAR, that is auditor, is engagement partner, planning to issue the acceptance letter. This is a very big question, and I have marked there are 3 questions in this. One question kulla 3 questions. These kinds of tougher questions we need to solve. So first is, during the current financial year, there was a search by the income tax authority on the company and accounting records were seized for verification. Current year raid, IT raid, some records edutittu poite. Then CAR noted that based on the information available on social media, CAR noted that the promoter brother is contemplating in the election. Promoter brother is contemplating in election. Second point, YouTube le problem irukku. YouTube le illa. Okay. Some are saying it is hard to hear na. Okay. Okay. So when you are reading this question, you will never identify in the 3 things normal. This is I read and I identified and kept it like this. And this questions also I'll put it in the Telegram, like whatever we have identified. My channel I'll put it. The link is down in the description. Guys attending live also join there. All the questions, all the notes we are using, direct I will put it, because this is only tough questions we are doing. So 1.5 day must check these questions once on the read panna pod. You will remember. So CAR noted that the promoter brother is contemplating in the election. Promoter brother is doing in the election. Then one of the current senior engagement team manager has left PQR Associates. Currently he was an engagement like a senior auditor in the CA firm. He left the that CA firm and is planning to provide some accounting services to one of the associate company. Accounting services to associate company. Namma client is there and he resigned from our firm and he is providing accounting services to the associate company. The independence issue not like that. I'll say, because see, then PQR Associates are yet to recruit another senior manager having adequate experience in this work. Elaborate the matters to be considered by PQR with respect to acceptance and continuance of client relationship. So here they are talking about audit. So audit statutory audit. Audit acceptance of client relationship. So you have to think about SA 220 order acceptance and continuance, and also in line with SQC1, because SA 220 is modeled on lines of SQC1. So when you are writing the answer SA 220 ana kode SQC1 or some reference may be applicable. So don't like completely ignore SQC1. In the question, when you are writing the answer, this is one part which you have to address. Acceptance and continuance of client relationship in the issue we need to address. That is, IT raid has happened. So why IT raid happened? Like your question is, elaborate the matter to be considered in acceptance and continuance of client relationship. Should I continue auditing that client? That's the question. In the CA firm, auditor, should I still continue doing the audit? Should I continue auditing? That is the question. So when you are writing the answer, first frame in mind, first point, during the audit, during the year, IT income tax authority and the notice problem. Is it a very big problem? If it is a very big raid or something and some 1,000 crore assets seize panna, if we do the audit, we will also have problem. So integrity issue is there. So income tax authority another issue we need to check. One point. Second, CAR noted that promoter brother is contesting in election. Normally imagine one company. Simple I am saying. Reliance Industries. Imagine Anand Ambani is contesting in any upcoming election. Normally, you as an auditor of Reliance, what will you check? You are the auditor of Reliance. Anand is an auditor. But Anand Ambani is a core member of Reliance. If you are the auditor of Reliance, first thing, what will you check in Reliance? Amount paid to the political party or something. The problem is the political party money will be given. That one thing you have to check. Then third thing, current senior engagement in the PQR Associates like all person poitar. Is there anything that is affecting our independence now? Independence, the thing is, he was our auditor. Independence issue, he was our auditor. He is in the associate firm. So, number procedures, what we are going to do, number sampling techniques, if he tells it there, then what is the point in applying the procedures? Some techniques will be there which we need to keep private. It's not like we should not disclose all the techniques, all the procedures we are trying to use to the management. There's a saying. So, keeping these 3-4 things in mind, answer frame. This is how we need to frame an answer for this. So, first when you read the question, like before writing the answer, frame. Okay, idukku in answer. Frame it first, then write it. Take 30 seconds. Once you finish reading the question, frame in mind, then only write the answer. Don't just start writing blindly. You may write everything, but structure will not be there. Perfection varada answer. Now let's see. ICAI answer is too big for this. See, you don't have to write this much. Don't expect like this is just a suggested answer. 70% matching to this is needed. You will get full marks. 70% matching points match. It's not like you don't have to write everything. So acceptance and continuance of client relationship. As per SQC1, they are going first. SQC1, what is the procedure regarding acceptance? They have just written. See, integrity, competency, compliance. Then as per SA 220, they are writing same things. Then here comes, in view of the above, it is just like writing law answer in CA Inter. Provisions first you will write and keep it there. Then based on that, applicability in question you have to write. So this question is something which you can keep as a mind proper question, exam tough questions how to answer. This one question is enough. Then in view of the above, PK or associate should first they are addressing issue number 2. That is, since promoter is in election, whether the company is funding the election. That is, we need to check. So follow the firm's policies and procedures for client acceptance. Okay, evaluating the integrity of a client, ensuring the story right. The thing is, the engagement team should assess whether company is involved in any funding activity to political party. This is the first point. Second, communicate clearly with the client regarding the scope of engagement. That's okay, normal points. Then comes the independence and objectivity throughout the engagement. Senior manager who was on this engagement is providing accounting services to one of the group company. Any impact on the audit, see whether it has any impact on the audit and examine the relevant ethical and independence requirement. The familiarity threat issue is there. How familiarity threat is applicable here? Tell me, eppadi familiarity threat varum inge? I'm just testing your concepts. Accountant, like that now our manager, who was our manager, is now working there. So when we go to audit in the CS, he is just like kind of an accountant there. So these people know him. That is how a familiarity threat is acting here. So familiarity threat right. You have to make sure about that. Then comes another issue. So they are addressed the next issue. Threats to independence issue also got addressed here. Now comes the next issue, that is risk of material misstatement. Income tax raid happened. So see, income tax raid. Since there was an income tax raid on the organization, engagement partner should evaluate the risk of material misstatement and non-disclosure of any tax disputes. Normally, chumma or income tax will not come and do any raid. If there was some non-disclosure or some unrecorded income or hidden income, then only they will come and do the raid. Why should they simply come and do the raid? So when an IT raid means, auditor has to understand, even last year, current year, he has hidden something or he has done some big issue, so that his financial statements may be materially misstated. So basically audit is a problem. So you have to check the chance of risk of material misstatement related to that. Then comes the competence of the engagement team, because it is also another issue. We are not even thinking. Senior manager went, new manager not appointed, they said. So obviously we may not have the competence to do the audit. That issue also is there. So 4 issues, kind of a master question where everything is covered in the Mariri question. So guys in live also, please keep this question in your reference. Okay. Yeah. Then as per SA 220, another question. Okay, we'll just, another questions are very easy. 8, 9, 10 are chumma easy questions. CA Giri, 8, 9 is not very important. Let me see. 8, 9, we'll do. Anyways, quickly in the quicker we'll go. CA Giri is a senior partner of a CA firm. That firm is a reputed firm of a chartered accountant which have been in practice for more than 5 decades. old CA firm. Firm undertakes statutory audit of large company across various industry sectors. And okay, 7 is a most important question. Other questions are not important, that important. Then CA Giri has been assigned as the engagement quality control reviewer. This is the point. Baki ellame chumma story. Engagement quality control reviewer for an audit or engagement of a listed company. What are the aspects he would look into by CA Giri as an EQCR in relation to the engagement? What are the things you need to check? It very easy. Directly it's asked. But I think it is this question that one point is there. No. Difference of engagement they have not mentioned. 1 second. The question are there. Okay. I forgot. So CA Giri is the engagement quality control reviewer. What are the aspects he need to look into? For the first question. Again they are asking, upon completion of the engagement, CA Giri identified certain issues with respect to revenue recognition and adequacy of provisions relating to onerous contracts. The review of CA Giri are not accepted by the engagement partner. This is the question. CA Giri said something, partner is not accepting it. In that case, suggest the way of resolving difference. Simple. Normally we learned like either what is a firm's quality control policy in that situation. First they should make sure it is resolved. If it is not resolved, consult with a senior partner or someone outside the firm, that thing. But the presentation you have to see. That is why I am saying presentation first question or answer they have written. That is what are the issues engagement quality control reviewer should check. Teams evaluation, consultation taking place, everything. SQC 1 whatever is written, same thing. Then comes difference of opinion in the report should be issued only after resolving the recommendations. The recommendations, if it is not accepted and matter is not resolved to reviewer satisfaction, always, then matter should be resolved by following established procedures of the firm. So engagement partner should be resolved by above mentioned manners. And don't just write till here and come. This is the conclusion. As per the above things, you have to solve it like this. So every question, what is the requirement of the question? That's a conclusion definite you have to write. Else 1 mark word. Every question ku 1 mark. 30 questions 30 marks gone. Done. Then comes second last question. Where is it? 9th. TPX and Chartered Accountant is a large audit firm. It maintains audit documentation both electronically and physical form. Physical files are neither scanned and incorporated into the electronic files, scan panel physical files, nor cross-reference to the electronic files. Further, there are many instances where audit working papers do not contain the details as to whether information was obtained from client or prepared by the engagement team. Okay. There are many instances where audit working papers do not contain details as to whether information was obtained from a client or prepared by the engagement team. Audit documentation, it should be there. The prepare the client or audit, engagement team. That thing is not there. How do you view the above situation from the point of view of quality control system? Basically, system is not good. Simple as that. So, but answer presentation. Full answer presentation. See, chinna question. See the answer. From 9. Answer is there. So, this is how we may think, super answer, but you will write and come 2 marks they will give. This is the problem. So, Pudu questions of ICAI we have to check. In accordance with the SQC1 rules. But I am not saying this big it should not be. You cannot write this much also. But what points are mentioned? That's you have to mention points. So SQC1 not a policy. Here the firm has not established policies and procedures to maintain the integrity of documentation. Because proper like who prepared what documentation it is not written. So obviously the policy and procedure regarding that is very bad. So the lack of ensuring the same makes it difficult to demonstrate the completeness of audit files and whether these were assembled within 60 days. One of the reasons for designing and implementing the appropriate controls is here you are suggesting improvements. In the situation, what is the question? Requirement. How do you view the above situation from the point of view of quality control system? Analyze the right word. So analyze we have to analyze. That one word is important. What is the problem inside the company? Analyze, give solution. As an analyze order meaning, that one word. So analyze, analyze, where is it? Where is the answer? So they are giving suggestions. Original paper documentation may be electronically scanned for the inclusion in engagement file. And the paper document scan it and put it in engagement file. Firm implements appropriate procedures requiring engagement team to generate a scanned copy, integrate that scanned copy to engagement file, enable the scanned copy to be retrieved and printed as necessary. Audit working paper do not contain the details as to whether the information was obtained from there. That's problem. So identify the source of document and other audit evidence. It's easy. Then 10th is very easy. 10th question is chumma easy. 10th is this one. Field work during the audit was completed on May 1st. This is very easy. Just see. Field work during the audit. It was completed on 1st May. Work ellame finish it. Audit report was issued on 15th May. Okay. Engagement quality control review was completed on 18th May. What is the problem? The engagement review should be finished before the audit. That is not to date the audit report before the date of finishing engagement report. That is same thing. Then answer in the case of Lakka, same answer they have. They have not made it very complex and all. Konja complex game. That is not to date the audit report. That entire provision you have to write. Don't just write this and come. This whole thing you have to write. Other problem. Keep it in mind. You have to write the whole thing. Then SS 700 700 they have taken it here. Forming an opinion and reporting on financial statements, okay. Then other honor, but that is not very important. 700 in the case. Same thing, like in the date order correction they have it. Yeah. So two bigger standards are, important standards don't. Now everything will quickly move. Then now konjam hold varra standard is 402. 402, which we are going tomorrow. Like my plan is every day, 4 days are there. At least one standard will go, which are important. Will take and go depth. Other standards, because probability of coming we don't know, but this is 100%. Obviously, 90% chances there. SQCSA 220. And 402, I believe this time it will come. 402, I am believing. Then like ABC, we cannot say about any standard. But assumption which may come is this one, 402. And I am thinking in the 805 or 800, obviously there is a high chance. We'll see. Yeah, now we'll have a 10-15 minutes break. Then now it is 11:10, so 15 minutes, 11:25, we'll be back. Proceed. So guys in live, please wait 15 minutes, we'll be back. Yeah, now we will go to, let me see, YouTube it is not going properly. Yeah. Okay, now we'll focus on the easier standards, very smooth and easy standards, because every day first session கொஞ்சம் tough standard, and now energy is gone. I will go to some lighter standards, easily movable standard. It is not working. Okay, working. Okay. Yeah, 240 fraud, very easy. Fraud, the biggest problem is length of the standard. Standard is very easy, everyone will understand everything. Conceptually nothing is there, like rocket science is not there, but length of the standard is very high, very huge lengthy standard. So every standards we need to have a proper approach to conquer it. For example, SQC1 SA220, deeper you have to study, but at the same time when it comes to other standards like 250, 260, 265, it's a small standard, chance of coming is also less, because last attempt 2 standard like 250 and 265 or 60 something, 2 was asked, right? Last attempt 250 was asked, 265 was also asked. Yeah, 250 and 265 was asked. That's easy standard, like easily we can learn, nothing conceptual rocket science on the mail, but upon the standards quickly move. But in the standard like in the joint audit, it seems very easy, but extra points are there which we need to, if a common management representation letter, we'll only focus on common joint audit letter, engagement letter, but a representation letter another word they can frame a complicated question. Items. Then 700 series are very easy, because obviously you would have mentioned. Only thing is 710 this one comparative, 710 710 comparative, 720 other information, 710 comparative. Some people find it very difficult, some people find it very easy. That's a tricky standard. Only thing, Baki 700 is very easy. Only thing, 7 is opinion. You will know it in CA under articleship 3 year. That's the gone. Pass aga to better. That's the industry audit profession ke waste. So now we will focus on essay 240. Fraud. Fraud, first is this one chart is more than enough to cover 90% of fraud. But questions come from this chart mixed with the audit or responsibility. That is where the question is coming. Either enna fraud, enna type of fraud they would have written. But question is not like what are the different types of fraud. No. Audit or responsibility is asked. So this chart you have to understand. Plus, other than this, except this chart, 2, 3, 4 points are there in my chart notes. I will also give, so that it is very easy. So yeah, what are the types of different fraud? One thing, let me check. Okay. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Yeah. So guys, the Telegram channel link will be added. So like that guy has forgot to add. He'll add it right now itself. So don't worry. Yeah. So let's focus for the notes. Then the types of fraud. What are the different types of fraud? First is fraudulent financial reporting. Misstatements coming from fraudulent financial reporting. Short I have made it. So what are the different types of fraud we need to learn? Then what are the fraud risk factors? 2 things. Different types of fraud. First is fraudulent financial reporting. Financial reporting is a fraud. What is financial reporting? The process of making financial statements, all reports, all things, simple. So fraudulent financial reporting. Those are called intentional misstatements in financial statements to deceive the users. Users are cheat pandradhukku intentional misstatements. Then another kind of fraud is called the misappropriation of assets. Stealing of assets. 2 types of fraud are only there. Then first is fraudulent financial reporting. Financial reporting, FFR may be accompanied by manipulation, accomplished by you cannot remember everything line by line. Just a thread which everything you connect and remember. Then only, because this very big thing, and it is not worth remembering also. You don't need to remember all these things. Just understand the financial reporting, misappropriation of assets, all these things. Sometimes they may ask in the attitudes and rationalization, like that. So FFR may be accomplished by, financial reporting may be accomplished by manipulation, alteration of accounting records and supporting documents. First thing, very easy. Misrepresentation and intentional omission of events and transactions. Then intentional misapplication of accounting principles. So this is enough. Like in your book, if you see every faculty's book or any study material, this will be like very long, very big sentences. It's hard to recall. So make it short, either with a mnemonic or like this, and recall. So financial reporting may be accompanied because of this. And what are the techniques used by management to do fraud? By overriding controls. We'll say overriding control. That is, internal controls are there. Management is overriding that and doing the fraud. What are the ways in which management may do it? This can be a question. This will not be like a question, but this can be a question. Possible. First is recording fictitious journal entries. Then adjusting assumptions like in the provisions or depreciation life, anything, assumptions there, they can do the fraud there. Then omitting or delaying the recognition of events or transactions. Current year event is not recognizing in current year, putting it to next year. So current year expense or profit, it can be adjusted. Then concealing facts. Then altering records are simple. Then misappropriation of assets comes from embezzling receipts, stealing assets or intellectual property, causing entity to pay for goods or services not received. This was a situation I saw in. Have you anyone done fraud investigation in your articleship? Fraud investigation in Manita. Super. I have done one fraud investigation in Coimbatore. So there, this was the issue. Two partners were there. One partner had all the accounting knowledge and all these things. Other partner was from an engineering background. He never had the knowledge of accounting and all. So, and bill, invoice, nothing he knew. He was only there. That's an engineering based company, industrial pipe company. So that guy was the man who was making the product and all those things. And another person was the accountant who was, not the accountant, who was executing the business, selling it and the marketing, all of these things. So they were, what they were doing, this second partner, like the engineer partner was our client. Another partner, he was always saying, sir, the business capital is not there, put more money. So this poor engineer guy, he always goes to his wife's ring, chain, everything he will pledge, he will put money, and he put almost 2 crore, 3 crore something into a different, throughout the last 6-7 years he was putting capital. But the game was, and he was, one day he thought, we are having good sales, but why are we not profitable? Why should I put always the capital like this? Then he had a doubt, and he never he never thought that his partner would cheat him. He was never having a doubt on him. So he came to us, then we checked, did the fraud investigation. Simple, the basic simple fraud he was doing. Simple, no inventory register was there. What he does, he has a company in where his wife and some friend is a dummy partner or something. Then they were billing fake bills, purchase bills to that company, simply paying it off. Simple thing. GST they were doing something to conceal it. Simple, tax we stock without the goods coming, they are simply making the payment. Company. So expense is high, company will never be profitable. This money is going out from partner order, whatever capital he is brought in, everything is going. Simple thing. That is misappropriation of assets. Then personal use of entities' assets. These are the 5 ways of misappropriation of assets. This personal use of entities' asset is also a misappropriation. Keep in mind. Company has a car. The personal use it is a misappropriation of asset, unless it is like some car provided by CEO. Like that's right, it's not a problem. Someone who is using it without the right of a company, then it's a thing. Then causing entity, then embezzling receipt, you know, right? What do you mean by embezzling receipt? Embezzling receipt. Diverting it. Simple. That's mind like 2 ways it can happen. Money, whichever is coming from the debtor, or anyway, whatever money coming to the business. Money is an asset, cash is an asset. Whatever money is coming, it should be properly adjusted to that debtor or from wherever it is coming. But 10,000 7,000 adjusted to debtor, 3,000 is diverted to someone's personal account, accountant and management. That is it. So it's mostly it is written like a question where one debtor which was written off. and other next year the payment came. So the management diverted it for the, that is embezzling receipt, misappropriation of assets. Then comes the fraud or risk factors. What are the risk factors? These risk factors means these are the conditions that indicate an incentive or pressure to commit the fraud. When these situations, that is fraud risk factor, exist, it means that there is a chance for doing fraud. That's the fraud risk factor. So we are talking about fraud risk factor relating to financial reporting. So here like this, financial reporting, misappropriation of assets. What are the fraud risk factors related to financial reporting? Factors are there. First is pressure. Pressure. Financial stability or profitability is threatened by high competition, market saturation, high vulnerability to rapid changes. Business is changing very, very fast. Now AI is age, everything is changing fast. But management is don't having the capacity to move that fast. So management, what can they, like, if they are not profitable, their CEOs, the shareholders will fire them. So to prevent that, what they will do, they will create some fake sales and do the fake valuations and all this. Then significant decline in customer is not buying. So there is a chance that they may do, because of these things, pressure is coming to the management to do the fraud. So pressure is what we are learning. Then recurring negative cash flows. Cash flows are recurring negatively and company is losing price in the stock market. So to at least gain the momentum back, to get some money, they may do some fraudulent financial reporting. Then operating losses making threat of bankruptcy. 5 situations are there. Just understanding under 2-3 points. Then opportunity. Management may have excessive pressure to meet third parties' expectation due to the following reason. Third parties' expectation, profitability expectations of investors or creditors. Obviously, investors are saying, why you are like, now it is happening to whom? I think it's Sam Altman. Now that issue is happening. Sam Altman, like OpenAI, even though it was the best, like when it started, it was the best, but now Gemini is killing it in the market. Like, Gemini is taking it over. So Sam Altman, no, and what is the benefit Google has is that Google has, this is my limited research. There may be people who know much more than this. From my knowledge, I'm not saying it is correct. I don't know. I'm not an expert in this field, but from my news knowledge I have, like this Google has this access to, because Google is the world's best search engine. Evolo years or data is there, and AI is trained on data. So Google and I think ChatGPT, OpenAI is training on Bing. Bing in their browser was there. Bing it is training. Bing, how much data Bing has compared to Google? Google is that big. So obviously Gemini has the potential to kill it in the market. So now since Gemini is coming like this, people are slowly shifting from GPT to Gemini, and Sam Altman is having this pressure now. That is profitability expectation. They are not getting any money. Now GPT 5.1 is free. 1 year it is free, but Gemini they are charging 1,950 or something per month they are charging. That is profitability expectation of the investor, so that the founder will get like the management may be in high pressure to do fraudulent financial reporting. Profitability expectation. Then a need to obtain equity financing, fund they may do it. Then to meet exchange listing requirements, IPO. Now what was the company which is now going to IPO? Lenskart or Meesho, both are going, right? Meesho is going like. Meesho over in the date. Today is the last date. Okay. Yesterday in the Think School, you would have seen one posted a video. And it is like not a promotion. Right? He could have done that video like 10 months back. The correct time. Maybe for views it can happen, but still. So to meet exchange listing requirements. And have you watched that video, anyone? And the Meesho or the strategy and all. He's saying very big strategy in the Solli. It was a good channel, but recently very big strategy in the Solli. What he is saying is like a 10-year-old strategy. Like you would have heard. For container, Coimbatore and the container is going to Kochi for some load. Tirumbi and the container it is empty. So someone from the Kochi will put something in container and like half the price they'll ship it to Chennai. That's a Meesho strategy. I was watching what is some bigger strategy Meesho has done. So adverse effects on reporting poor financial result. Like if you report poor financial report, sometimes people may share market so adinala sometimes they may do, because their actual financial result in that year is very bad. But if they report it publicly, market they will lose it. So because of that reason, they may do some fraud and in financial reporting. These are incentive. And you just need to understand and keep it. It's not like memorizing. So, exam you should be able to differentiate whether it is fraudulent financial reporting, whether it is misappropriation of asset, and what are auditors' response, and whether it is a pressure, whether it is an opportunity, whether it is an attitude. 3 things. Now comes pressure. Okay, because of these pressures, employee may do fraud. Then opportunity. Because of these opportunities, company can do fraud. Opportunity. Company asset security is not there, so people may do fraud. Assets, financial reporting also. Significant related party transactions not in the ordinary course of business, strong financial presence or ability to dominate certain industry. That is, I am a company and I dominate my industry. Example, Jio. They are dominating that industry. Or like what is another company which is dominating an industry? Tell me one company. The Nvidia chip is like domination. No way someone can build something beyond that. Nvidia is that dominant in that industry. So when you have that power in dominance, you have opportunity to do fraud, because whatever you say, others will believe anything you can do. You can dictate the terms to supplier, and so you can tell the supplier, if you want, sell me, and actual bill price is say 10,000 rupees, but you will say, bill to me, the bill should like fake bill generate pannungo, give me bill of 7,000. Like that, or 10,000, 12,000, he may ask. Because he has the power to dictate the terms. He has opportunity to do financial reporting fraud. Then significant operations conducted across international borders. When business is doing international businesses, you have high opportunity to do fraudulent financial reporting. Then asset liability expense is based on estimates based on the bank account branch operations in tax haven countries. Then attitude, different attitude you have. Attitude means what is employees' attitude, people's attitude. Ineffective communication, implementation of entities' values and ethical standards. Attitude means company, what is the management's, employees and all these people's attitude towards the company. One company is not paying the salary to employees for the last 10 months, and employees are working, and employees are there on a bond also. They cannot go. And the situation. So employees are high chance that they will do some fraud. High chance employee misappropriation of assets and the fraud. But here we are talking about financial reporting. In financial reporting, if company order standards, values, if these things, first of all, if a company order culture, all these things should be properly told to the employee first, communicated first. In Inter, there is one topic. First communicate, then the ethics. First communicate company order culture, everything. First tell them, HR should tell them, this is our company's policies, ethics, then enforce it. Make sure they are following it. Same thing. Here also, that communication was ineffective. Company ethics there was failure. Because of a failure, employees' attitude would have changed. Then management failing to remedy a deficiency in the internal control on time. Internal control deficiency management identified, but management is not correcting it, so that employees will slowly generate an attitude. That internal control is not there. Let me do some accounting fraud or all these things. In the fraud comes, I'll say, low morale of senior management, no distinction between personal or business transaction, dispute between shareholders. This management and auditor relationship is strained due to frequent disputes, unreasonable demands on auditor, restrictions on auditor, domineering behavior. Very easy. Final level, when you read, you will easily understand. Nothing is there. Then misappropriation of assets also, incentive and misappropriation of assets, asset stealing, incentive. What are the chance? First, personal financial obligation. I have a bank loan and I have not paid the EMI for 10 months, and I am working in a company and as an accountant, as a cashier. Money I have the incentive. I have personal finance obligation. If I don't pay the EMI by tomorrow, my house is gonna be gone. So in that situation, I have obligation. I may steal. Incentive, that is pressure towards me. Pressure fraud பண்றதுக்கு. That is called incentive and pressure. I have a pressure to do fraud. Opportunity means I have an opportunity to do fraud. I or company. Then attitude means attitude or theft or thief or attitude. So 3 things. So first is incentive. Then adverse relationship between the company and employee. Baiju is not paying salary for 10 months. So obviously I'll steal something from Baiju and go. Obviously you would have seen this, customers coming to Baiju and taking the TV there or a video. Because that is because of the adverse relationship between company and employees. Like in the movies, you would have seen company not paying employees or manager harassing their employees. So as a revenge, employee is trying to steal something from the company and go, all these things. Then opportunity, large amount of cash in hand. With the accountant, he has easy chance of doing it unless internal control is good. Inventory in small size of and of high value. Gold, all those things. Easily convertible assets, diamond chipsets, like chipset, NVIDIA chipset, chinna chipset asset. Then fixed asset in small size, simple. Then attitude. Attitude is important. If question is coming, I would always believe attitude is the area they may ask a question, because Angathan only they can make it a bit tough. Other areas are very easy. So attitude or points, study a bit. From point wise or 3-4 points mind level. Other things you can easily write it by your own also. No problem. And keywords underline highlight. Then attitude. Because when I was writing the paper, my handwriting was bad. Obviously, boys are bad. So girls are bad. Girls will obviously like beauty in the super report examiner impress pandra, right? As if they are getting a proposal from examiner. Because I had friends like perfect they will write na. Correct line, correct one line difference, heading, keywords underline pandrathu ha. Keywords also, but how we are doing it? Paper, our thing is somehow check our attitude is different. So now let's talk about attitude. Tolerance of petty theft. Company accountant did some theft, and company is like, no problem, chinna theft illa. If they tolerate it once, tomorrow he will do it bigger fraud. So that this creates an attitude inside. Attitude difference varudilla. So adinale tolerance of petty theft you have to keep. Then change in the lifestyle indicating misappropriation of assets. Last day an employee was coming in an MIT scooter. Next week slowly the bike car alto last 2 years employee lifestyle is changing. When you see that, it is an indication that fraud may happen. Then behavior indicating displeasure with the entity. Employee getting not accept following the management's order. So employee is like, I don't like this company. He's somehow, the moment he gets another job, he'll go. In the situation in the current employee. So he has a high chance. His attitude is to work against the company. So he has a high chance of doing the fraud. Then disregard for internal control over assets by overriding. Disregard means ignoring. He's thinking, okay, company is warehouse. Imagine it's an Apple company, like mobile company. Mobile or any chipset company. Small inventory, pocket le pota 1 lakh per inventory. So warehouse is there. So to protect the assets, inventory is an asset. To protect the assets, CCTV has been kept. So and the physical security is also there. 2 people are there to protect, 2 things are there to protect the asset. But 1 employee is there. Internal control vachale njan adichidu. People are there like highly confident. What he will do? He will go to that security guard is a bar, like a drink taskmark guy. Appo avanga taskmark e poi konjam kodutha security guard okay. CCTV operator kum konjam taskmark finish. He can easily do. See, he is ignoring the internal control. Enna internal control vachale njan adichidu. Like that kind of a people are there. That is their attitude. Attitude. The attitude is another. That is, you have to understand. Then disregard for the need for monitoring or reducing the risk related to misappropriation of assets. That is, this is basically for management. They are ignoring the need for monitoring the assets. Management assets keep monitor no problem. Who is gonna? Their attitude is like that, disregarding that. So obviously, if they have that kind of an attitude, high chance that they may be involved in the fraud. Okay. So this attitude here and here also attitude you have to keep in mind, and this chart you take it and just don't, because 240 if you're studying from book, return on investment is very less. You don't know whether it will come, but 15 pages everything focus on return on investment and study. Then inadequate internal control over assets increase a chance of misappropriation. Internal control weak are the high chance. That is inadequate segregation of duty, independent checks, inadequate record keeping of assets, inadequate system of authorization, physical safeguards, job application screening of employees with access to assets is also bad. This is inadequate internal control. Obviously your assets safety is at theft risk. Then comes fraud order. Question is there. Fraud order. Some areas which we have, which is not there. Responsibility of auditor relating to fraud. All the other areas are there in the chart I showed you. Some extra areas. Auditor responsibility. Very easy. Obtain a reasonable assurance of financial statements are free. Then because of inherent limitation, unavoidable risk is there. Simple points. Risk of material misstatement not detecting fraud is higher than one detecting from error. Simple point. Collusion may cause the auditor to believe that audit evidence is persuasive when it is in fact false. Sometimes both of them may collude and other collusion. Then risk of auditor not detecting a material misstatement from management fraud is greater than employee fraud. Obviously, you know. Then auditor has to maintain professional skepticism. Then this one point, 4 points. 4 5. Chance of just they are repeating this question is less, but still, I'm thinking 4 points you keep in mind. Then comes what is not there in our book. Everything else we have touched. Incentive. Then professional skepticism is easy. This one, response to assessed risk of material misstatement due to fraud, assign and supervise and engagement. Very easy points. Then it also this one point you study. Audit procedure. This one is response to assessed risk of material misstatement due to fraud at the financial statement level. This one is response to audit procedure responsive to risk related to management override of control. These two things study and keep. This one and response to assessed risk of material misstatement and audit procedure responsive to risk related to management override of control. That is, you are thinking management is planning to override the controls. You are thinking like that. And the what are the audit procedures you will do in that case? First thing you will check, test that is irrespective of auditor's assessment of risk of management override. Management override, these are the procedures you have to do. Test the appropriateness of journal entries. Simple. Or ledger. Then review accounting estimates for biases. See whether any bias is there in accounting estimates, like provision or useful life of assets. They would have done some bias. We have to see. Then for significant transactions that are outside the normal course of the entity, evaluate whether the business rationale of the transaction. That is, if any, a company or Jio, the main thing is this one, mobile phone, like the recharge phone thing, Jio. That is a normal course of transaction. But Jio bought Hotstar. That's a significant transaction that is outside the normal course of business. That's daily. It will only happen once in a year or 2 times or once in 3 years or something. Business acquisition. So when there is any significant transactions that are outside normal course, auditor has to check what is the business rationale. That is, what is the business reason behind that transaction. What is the reason behind that transaction, and whether that reason suggests that they may have entered into fraudulent financial reporting. That is, fraud that is it for fraud that company has entered into such significant transaction? Has Jio bought Hotstar? Basically fraud, anything related to fraud or something. Because if I'm a company, I opened one company in a tax haven country. This auditor will understand. It is for some fraudulent financial reporting purposes. So when you notice any significant transaction outside normal course of business, check what is the reason behind that transaction and see whether that reason suggests anything that they are related to for fraudulent financial reporting. This one point to keep in mind. Because question may come, like I said, company was there, company bought another company, or company entered into some transaction, and what is auditor's responsibilities in this regard? You will write auditor's responsibility inga paathathu, this one, and you answer is correct. No, that auditor's responsibility is not there asking. Like, you may write this auditor's responsibility. Okay. So, but here auditor has to design and perform an audit procedure for these things. Keep in mind, in the point is important. Then evaluating the audit evidence, it's very simple. Evaluate whether this one is also important. So fraud important areas are this one, then this one, and this evaluation of audit evidence. One more thing is documentation is this is also important. This is also important. Then this documentation. So whatever is there in the material, excluding what is there, I am shown the chart. These things, please study and go, because fraud last time was not asked. So obviously, fraud is a final standard. So high chance of coming, at least in the MCQ of the 130. So high relevant standard, let's give more focus. So evaluation of audit evidence. Auditor shall evaluate whether analytical procedures that are performed when forming conclusion indicates a previously unrecognized risk of material misstatement due to fraud. Tell me, what is analytical procedure? That's analytical procedure. What is analytical procedure? What is substantive analytical procedure? That is not analytical procedure. Articleship. Tell me one example of you using analytical procedure in your articleship. Yes, that is analytical procedure. Yes, comparison. Then something for consideration of the relationship, anything. Everyone has used it in articleship, but some people don't know the name analytical procedure. I have seen a lot of people in CA Inter or like Interly. I have seen certain students who have done the articleship, but CA Inter pass agla. So they came to me. I mean, in the class when we were discussing analytical procedure, everyone knows the definition, but then they have also done that in the articleship, but they don't know this is analytical procedure. It's just comparison of, you can compare, then you can find the relationship. But that is wages theorem, number of employees theorem, wages theorem. I mean, per employee wage theorem, calculating the total wage or rental. That thing is called analytical procedure. We'll explain that in 520 more. So, auditor shall evaluate whether analytical procedure that are performed when forming overall conclusion. This is analytical procedure performed at the end of the audit. Analytical procedure three phases are there: performing it at the planning stage, performing it at the audit performance stage, then ending stage, testing stage. Ending stage, when auditor is performing analytical procedure, he identified, it indicated that a previously unrecognized risk of material misstatement due to fraud. That is risk assessment procedure. Before auditing, we will do the risk assessment. There we have not identified one situation. For example, sales fraud. We have not identified sales or rental fraud. Risk assessment procedure, that was not noticed. But almost when the audit is coming to an end, when auditor is doing the analytical procedure at the end of the audit to check everything, last to final checking, auditor identified there was a mistake in rent. That is a risk of material misstatement in rent. And in the situation was not identified as a risk assessment procedure, it was not identified. That is what we call previously unrecognized risk of material misstatement. And the madri irundal due to fraud. If yes, if auditor identifies such a misstatement, auditor has to evaluate the implication of that. If auditor identifies a misstatement and has reason to believe that management is involved in that fraud, rental or fraud, risk assessment procedure planning stage, auditor has not identified it. But end of the analytical procedure, auditor identified it. So, if yes on the situation, first see the implication on the fraud. What is the implication of that fraud? And if auditor thinks management is also involved in that fraud, re-evaluate the assessment of risk of material misstatement. Do that risk assessment of that rent again once more due to fraud and see its impact and nature and timing of audit procedure. You need to solve that risk. And the risk check how to do the detailed check re-evaluate the assessment. This point is very important. If they frame a really good descriptive question from this, most of you will not understand. They are asking it from here now. The situation will be, they will give a situation. Auditor started the audit and it will seem like SA 520 question. It will seem like SA 520 question, but it is not 520. It is asking 240. If they want to make a tough question, because this was question, I made it for the CA question paper. Because I'm thinking like, make a question. I made it like 520 this one, auditor started the audit. During the audit risk assessment, one situation was not identified. Then during the end stage, analytical procedure at the finishing stage, he identified that risk of material misstatement. What are auditors' responsibility? Like analytical procedure or steps writing. No, it is fraud or steps. Fraud and the word will be there, but analytical procedure and the word, when you see, your focus goes to SA 520. No, it is 240. So this one sentence, you have to re-evaluate the assessment, and they will also ask, evaluate how auditor evaluate the audit evidence in this regard. Appo mind 500 520, 500 and plus 240. So you have to, but the answer is just this. Also consider whether circumstances indicate any possible collusion involving employees, anything. Then auditor confirms that whether it is unable to conclude financial statements, then evaluate the implication. Simple. But this is very important. Please don't leave this question. Evaluation of evidence, then this one, then this one. 3 questions. Then auditor is unable to continue the engagement, very easy. That is reporting, withdrawing, the same things. Management representation. That is, you have to obtain representation from the management that they acknowledge the responsibility for internal control to prevent fraud. The note of responsibility for preparation of financial statements. This is, you have to obtain a written representation from management that for designing and implementation and maintenance of internal control to prevent fraud. Management accept the responsibility for designing and the controls you have to get. Then this written representation shall also say they have disclosed to the auditor result of management or assessment of risk. Auditor management's assessment of risk is disclosed. Then their knowledge of fraud or suspected fraud. If anything that would have told to auditor. Their knowledge of any allegations of fraud or suspected fraud. Things done. Then documentation is easy. Documentation, auditors document, this is also important. The documentation of, not this, this is important. Auditors documentation of the risk assessment procedure is there. Further audit procedure is there. I'm hoping you know the difference between LML. Risk assessment will identify the risk and respond it through further audit procedure. Test of details, substantive analytical LM. So, risk assessment, auditor documentation of risk assessment procedures performed. That is auditor's documentation of understanding of the entity, its environment and assessment of risk of material misstatement. That basically risk assessment procedure. Then auditor's documentation of response to the assessed risk. That is further audit procedure documentation. This is audit documentation related to 315 and this is 330 or documentation Madhuri. Basically further audit procedure and risk assessment procedure. So understand. The significant he has to document the significant decisions reached during discussion among engagement team regarding susceptibility of financial statements to material misstatement. Then identify and assess the risk of material misstatement. So, in risk assessment procedure, think we are starting the audit only. Risk assessment, we have not done the audit yet. Risk assessment procedure, we will do what? We will check company line and problem, financial statements, what are problems are there, what are the risky areas. That is engagement team will sit and decide. In the discussions, what are the significant decisions we are taking? Before starting audit, the engagement team will sit and decide. Company order 3 financial statements at the last 3 years, current year. Check what are the risky areas. We are concluding that sale is a risky area, or like revenue is a risky area. Related party transaction is a problem for this company. So 3-4 areas we find out. That is the significant decisions we made. So till now we have not tested the audit. Started the audit only. So risk assessment procedure, you have to document the significant decisions you took in the engagement team discussion. And then the significant decisions you took, document that. That is you are suscepting financial statement has a material misstatement due to fraud. That is sale fraud you are thinking. So whatever things you identified, significant decisions, document it. Then identified areas, areas like sale, revenue, rent, problem, also you document. Here, make sure we have not done the audit yet. We have only started the audit. So only this much will come. So when they are asking about documentation, MCQ make sure ida ask pandriya or ida ask pandriya. Then only write the answer. Then auditor documentation of further audit procedure or auditor documentation. Further audit procedure, now you have tested the audit detail through test of details or anything which you have done. Overall responses to the assessed risk due to fraud at the financial statement level. Then you have to document the linkage of those things to the assertion. Then result of the audit procedure and management or override of conclusions. Controls. Two things. Things are easy, but just understand it. Then communications, presumption, okay. Now, presumption is an important area. This one point, when auditor has concluded that the presumption that there is a risk of material misstatement due to fraud related to revenue recognition is not applicable in the circumstances of the engagement, auditor shall document the reason. That's the meaning. A question is related to that. A question is a 3-page answer question. What a sentence? This one sentence. Just read it once. Guys attending live also, just read it. When the auditor has concluded that the presumption that there is a risk of material misstatement due to fraud related to the revenue recognition is not applicable in the circumstances, auditor shall document the reason. ചുമ്മാ ക്വിക്കാ റീഡ് பண்ணி പോയിട്ടാണ് ഇത് പോകുന്നത്, because ഇതിലെ ഒരു question can be framed. That is simply it means if the auditor says there is no fraud risk in revenue, he is saying fraud risk ഇല്ലെന്ന് சொல்ல അതോടെ റീസൺ എന്ന് ഡോക്യുമെന്റ് പറയണം. The presumption അത് ഒന്നും വേണ്ട. Presumption means like he is saying it is true but it is actually there is a chance that it may not be true. That is called a presumption. Okay, so basically actually there is a chance of material misstatement in revenue, which in a chance is there, but auditor says it is not applicable in the current situations, it is not applicable. Revenue he is saying no problem is there. In that case explain the reason and document it. That's what they are saying. But this with the sentence or question I'm frame pannite. Other question there, we have finished this 250 240. I'll show 240 oda question. Thank you. This is question. See, this is question 14. See, the question mostly it will not be asked. The mari period question will not come. But thing is, idile oru part they can take it and put it. Other the answer question I will show. The madri question I don't think will come 14 madri. Not because of the size. Very chumma oru complicated question. It's very irrelevant answer. Oru manda kodakara question. Yeah, pressure. Can someone tell me days class is this and timing of the class? Durga Ashwini, Durga, today is 5th, hopefully by 8th we are finishing it. 8, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4 days we are having morning sessions, and like tomorrow sometimes the session will be afternoon. Like I believe you don't have a problem Durga? Morning le. And like if you are because I have some morning le konja important assignment is there. Anyways, like you have a telegram group, have they joined you in a telegram group for this batch? No, nothing is there. Okay, I'll make the arrangements, no worries. Tomorrow 1 o'clock will be fine. Is it okay? Or 12 or 1 after food you can come, takkan will finish. Tomorrow it's not a very complicated topic day. Complicated topic is only 402 is there. That's padichite understand it. 402 have you studied? Service organization. Actually an easy standard தான். ஒண்ணுமே கிடையாது அதுக்குள்ள. Type 1, Type 2. இந்த Type 1, Type 2 விட்டுட்டு they may fuss you around. அதில் சின்ன item. அது when you have a client, like it is just like SA 710 comparative. Comparative தெரிஞ்சா ரொம்ப easy. தெரியலனா gone. If you understand it, then it is literally easy. Understand malana gada khatam. ஒண்ணுமே புரியாது அதுல. So yeah, fraud order question. Only one question is there in book related to fraud. But other questions we will do. We have it 402 1 2 3 ICAI ku 402 pudicha standard. More this much questions are there. Then comes this 240 oda. While planning the audit team decided that the risk of improper full I'll read. Arihant Limited was engaged in the business of owning and managing hotels and resorts. ഒരു കമ്പനിയുടെ business hotels and resorts. Then it appointed Upadhyay and company as statutory auditor for the financial year 23-24. While planning the audit team decided that the risk of improper revenue recognition from hotel business should not be treated as a fraud risk. Revenue recognition improper, the fraud risk treat panna vendi vishayam, but auditor is saying it should not be treated as a fraud risk. Okay. While testing the internal financial controls over the revenue recognition, it was identified that controls are not properly designed to mitigate the fraud risk. Controls are bad. Fraud risk. As a result, audit team decided to perform additional substantive testing. Detailed testing they are doing. However, audit team still were on the conclusion that there is no fraud. Fraud chance is there, but they are saying fraud illa. The presumption sentence we learned. If auditor is fraud chance area or any area problem area, if auditor is saying there is no fraud, document the reason. That's the conclusion, content. That is why I pushed you to that sentence. Then these are areas where we will miss and questions may come. Collapse. So audit team were substantive testing. Okay. During the course of substantive testing, it was identified that management did not account for the revenue received from corporate hotel booking amounting to 43 crore they have not put. Auditor is saying fraud kadayadu. But and the detailed checking, they identified 43 crore was not recorded. These amounts were partially received in company bank account and partially in CFO personal account. The amount received in the bank account of the company were disclosed as advances received against future booking. Financial reporting is wrong. Then, in light of the above scenario, guide the statutory auditors their responsibility relating to fraud. This father don't go and write that responsibility. That is not what they're asking. In the situation, what is the responsibility? That responsibility is a direct question that will not come also. Obtain reasonable assurance. Then inter CPT students question. Not for you. So our questions will always be complex, mostly. So we have to identify in the case responsibility. Simple responsibility. The same sentence we learned above. In the sentence. When auditor has concluded that there is a presumption that there is a risk of material misstatement due to fraud to revenue recognition is not applicable in the circumstance of the engagement, auditor shall document the reasons thereof. Is there revenue recognition? Anything okay. It's not only regarding to revenue recognition. Anything? Document. The question and the we put it there. Then the answer C. Answer is super. Wow. This is how you need to present in the 240 question. Okay. Essay 240. Item they have written. The auditor shall identify and assess the risk of material misstatement due to fraud. Story. When identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement due to fraud, auditor shall, based on a presumption that there are risk of fraud in a revenue recognition, evaluate which type of revenue transactions or assertions give rise to such risk. Wait. In accordance with 240 and 330. 330 then auditor's response. Substantive testing done and said. So 330 is substantive testing coming. So go to 330 also. Then in the presumption they have written something. Then conclusion is that in the current scenario, company was earning revenue from multiple streams. Hotel booking, online. Controls are not properly designed. That situation also. Okay. To mitigate the risk of fraud, management did not account proper thing and 43 crore. Then the amounts were partially received in company account, CFO account. They are rewriting the answer question again. You also have to do it. Case study questions, rewrite the question. Don't be ashamed to do it. Then, therefore, auditor while performing the risk assessment should consider the complexity and nature of the revenue for determining the fraud risk. No adequate control was there. Audit team rebutted the fraud risk, that is, they ignored it. Audit team should have recognized the fraud risk by identifying the deficiencies in control over the revenue recognition and should have treated the risk as significant risk. The answer is what they have meant with this answer. They have given a suggestion, but in the suggestion story, what is the point in that? And I also don't understand. But just go through this question, keep it in your mind once. The core concept is the presumption thing. Other reasons record all these things. But keep this question. They will. I don't think they will repeat this question. But the essence of MCQ sometimes may come 2 marks sometimes. So fraud is done. We have EC standard 250 was asked. Like leave it. Let's focus on. We are focusing on all the important standards. All the standards which we are not doing here. Other in once the class is over 8th. 3 days, 3 or 4 days, 15. I'll upload like a revision, or marathon, or settle. All the standards which we are not touched here, which are important for exam, we'll touch it there. Like the inter standards are all 315 or 310. Quickly we'll touch and go, but 250, okay. Then 260 was not asked, right? 260 was not asked. So there chance is there, but some things are there. Communication with the TCWG. You know Tamil or Malayalam? I know both. Tamil konjam theriyum, Malayalam nalla theriyum. Tamil I am able to speak, I am able to interpret, understand ellame pannidum. And love to speak in Tamil. Like English and Tamil mix pandrathu is so good to teach class. But other like other area students are also there. So Tamil is a fluent language to speak. ഒരു ഒഴുക്കം വന്നിരും ലാംഗ്വേജ് സ്പീക്ക് பண்ணும்போது നോൺ സ്റ്റോപ്പ് we can speak Tamil. Yeah. Next comes 260, communication with the TCWG. Significance of communication with TCWG, chumma read, not important. So objectives of auditor, not very important. That is, he need to communicate with the TCWG, the responsibilities, the plan, the scope and timing. Last standard objective, they can ask any objective, we don't know. Chance is less, the final level, inter level. To communicate, and some questions inside you may have to write about objectives. But adakaga 30-40 standards or objective പഠിച്ചു വെക്കാൻ முடியுமா? Practical, think, have a wise approach towards CA. Other than that, you are studying digital audit is better. The 30 standards or objective are better. Studying digital audit. Yeah. Digital audit is tough, right? Tough to remember. For mark area, always check the return on investment on everything. Like if your return, or if you are able to, for example, for me, എനിക്ക് ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഓഡിറ്റ് മാതിരി ചാപ്റ്റർ എനിക്ക് പിടിക്കും. ബിക്കോസ് ഐ നോ ദ വൺ ട്രിക്ക് ടു ദാറ്റ്. എല്ലാമേ പഠിക്കാൻ വേണ്ട, ചില ഏരിയാസ് മാത്രം എടുത്തിട്ട് ടക്ക് ടക്ക് ടക്ക്. ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് ലൈക്ക് പ്രയോറിറ്റി ബേസിസിൽ I pick all the topics in digital audit, study only 3 points for every topic. Digital audit is a 5-mark direct question, like point by point question mostly. അപ്പോൾ and the 5 technical points ഒരു 3 points தெரிஞ்சா at least 2-3 marks you are getting. So obviously 5 points വെച്ചിട്ട് എല്ലാം it's hard to cover. So take 2 points or 3 points rather than leaving that chapter completely. Study at least 2 or 3 points for every topic. So there is no point like you are not leaving any question. I was like that. For 60-70% topic, I will study 100%. 30% topic I will not leave. I will study at least 3-4 points for that. So there is no way that I will not know the answer of any question. All questions ku edavadha write pannadhu. Audit le the game is writing 50 to 60 marks of quality answer, then 30-40 marks of quantity answer. Push panni ettadile thangi. It's not like 100% paper quality. If it's a tough paper, like if you have studied that well, it would be possible. But it's hard. So, very 50-60% chapters we need to be properly thorough with the concept. 100% chapter ellame theriyana, so that and the chapter questions will make us pass. Plus extra 10-20 marks quantity basis. Don't, and audit, it's not like FR or AFM where you are only able to attempt 95 marks or 89 marks. Audit 100% to attempt. If you don't know anything, for a descriptive question, digital audit, you have not studied that chapter. But optionally, like you are unable to skip it because other questions you know. Adu vanda kuda think. If they are asking about anything, think enna irukudhu. Yethavada write panni vechiranga. Think and write. Like internal automated environment avada eduthu write panni put it. So you don't leave anything. One point match ana 1 mark. Audit le the difference is 39-40. So essay 260, communication with the TCWG. Idile objective okay easy. Then idile this is, I'll only focus on important area to study. Idu oru area, planned scope and timing padikkanam. Significant findings you have to study. Then idu also you have to study. These 3 things done. It also to an extent, but most important is this rendu, because see, auditor duty is to communicate with the TCWG, responsibility of auditor, and the scope and timing of audit. The rendu may he need to communicate. Second, obtain from TCWG information relevant to the audit. Second. Third, provide to TCWG timely observations arising from audit that are significant and relevant to their financial reporting process. Promote two-way communication. See, matters to be communicated by auditor. First, plan the scope and timing. Responsibility here. Plan the scope and timing. Scope and timing, what all should be studied, covered. I'll do one thing. I'll show it here itself. Assist those TCWG to understand the consequences of audit work towards the risk and materiality. When you communicate with the TCWG, you can tell them like, bro, this is the risk, this is the materiality. Simple. Assist them to understand the consequences of audit work. If the mari pannalena, what will happen? When you communicate with them only, you can tell this. Then assist the auditor, assist TCWG, assist the auditor to understand entity and environment better, because TCWG will give us more info. Board of directors company the management then auditor shall communicate the significant risk identified by auditor to understand those matters where special audit considerations are required. Otherwise, I'm showing you one thing. There is a question. Care is necessary when communicating with the TCWG so as not to compromise effectiveness of audit because TCWG are sometimes involved in management. In the point, keep in mind. Because 260 MCQ, if they are asking, either related may come. Because chinna points, everyone knows this, but mess up sometimes. This is simply means mother language. Interview mother language Malayalam. So significant planned scope are involved in sometimes the smaller entities. TCWG will also be there in management. Same people. When you communicate like things which should not be communicated to management to TCWG, the problem I do. So in those situations, care is necessary when both of the TCWG is involved in management. Care is necessary when communicating with TCWG so as not to compromise the effectiveness of audit. Audit what procedure you are going to do. The plan, the timing and the scope you are communicating it to the TCWG first. Timing and scope you are communicating. Management problem. Like which day you are coming to inspect inventory. That's only on the date if they know that. That is a problem. Like if TCWG and management are the same. No problem. Management is separate, TCWG is separate, they may keep it. So understand this. Then another question I'll show. Then significant findings from audit. That is auditor view about significant qualitative aspects of entities accounting practices. What is the quality of entities accounting practice? You have to tell it to TCWG. Then significant difficulties in auditing, if any, significant matters, written representations, form and content of audit report. What are you going to give? Other significant matters. See, significant qualitative aspects of accounting practice, significant difficulty, significant matters plus written representation. That is significant matters plus written representation. Then other significant matter. Then what are the circumstances? Circumstances affecting form and content of audit report. Or question. Excuse me. A question was there. Simple question. You the question answer. 260 the question. This question you see. UVW associates are the statutory auditors of a company, Moon Limited company, a listed company for the financial year. CA Uddhav is the engagement partner for the audit assignment. He was of understanding that as per the requirements of one of the essays, he has a responsibility to communicate the following matters. Auditor responsibility, planned scope and timing, auditor independence. Which of the matter is not included in the list? Scope and timing is there. Independence is there. And one matter is missing. And another matter. They may ask like this. Scope and timing communicate panna. Independence communicate panna. Auditor responsibility also communicate panna. One more thing was there. Significant findings. Significant findings are difficulty. Findings. See, significant findings. 3 things you are communicating. Responsibility, planned scope and timing. Then what are the findings from you? And the findings you have not communicated. This is a chinna item, but suddenly your mind will get stuck. Simple. Beware of all these things. Very simple points. Then what are the significant difficulties, significant matters are the very easy. You can read and understand yourself. This is easy. Nothing to touch. In case of listed entity, when you are communicating, you have to communicate a statement that firm is independent. What is the total fees charged? All these things. Like simple. Then one more question was there. A tough question. Another question. Which essay was it? 260. This is another. CA Shelley Goyal is offered appointment as a statutory auditor of a company. The audit committee of the company wants her to justify the independence in relation to company through proper communication. Although she has ensured that there are no threats to her independence, she feels requirement of audit committee to be beyond its purview. What is your opinion in this regard? That is audit ഇത് കൊടുത്തിട്ടെ, like Shelley is offered appointment. Audit committee of the company want to justify the independence in relation to company through proper communication വേണം. Although she ensured that there are no threats, சொல்லി കൊടുത്തിട്ടല്ല ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. She feels requirement of audit company is beyond its purview. What is your opinion? കൊടുക്കണം. What report you have to give? Simple. Straightforward question, but ചുമ്മാ easy question. അതൊക്കെ ചുമ്മാ they will not ask you. I see ഇതുമാതിരി ചിന്ന questions ഒന്നും ask. They will ask you. You have to submit a statement of the engagement name regarding independence, all relationships, then related safeguards. This one. This. Same thing. Cut, copy, paste. ഇതെല്ലാം easy. What are the significant matters? Then significant difficulties and time കിടക്കലെ, all these things. Then circumstances in which auditor is required to include additional information in the audit report. Additional information എപ്പോൾ വേണം? When the auditor modify opinion as per 705. Then material uncertainty ഇരിക്കുമ്പോൾ additional information. Key audit matter വേണം. Emphasis on matter, all these things. Simple. ഇത് also but study. Sometimes you may get this lucky, this kinds of question. ചുമ്മാ സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡോടെ പേര് എഴുതി വെച്ചാൽ പോകും. 5 marks അങ്ങ് വരും. Okay, അതും done. Now what is the next standard? 299. Joint audit. Joint audit. I love to teach joint audit. How many of you have done a joint audit here? Alla joint audit pannite. Last time alla joint audit. Alla office la practical joint audit la arva pannala. Joint audit la UDIN eppadi. I'm just chumma or practical question. Sometimes exam kella vandirum. Joint audit la 3-4 auditors are there. Generate and UDIN. Okay. Simple thing. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് വൺ ടൈം എന്നോട് ആസ്പെക്ട് എനിക്ക് പെട്ടെന്നൊരു ഡൗട്ട് വന്നിട്ട് സഡനാ പെട്ടെന്ന് ഓഡിറ്റർ യൂഡിൻ ബട്ട് എല്ലാവർക്കും സെപ്പറേറ്റാ ഒരു അപ്പോൾ സെപ്പറേറ്റാ വേണം പെട്ടെന്നൊരു റിമെമ്പർ ദാറ്റ് ഇതുമാതിരി ചിന്ന കേസസ് വിൽ ബി ദർ. ദെൻ വൺ മോർ തിങ് വാസ് ഓൾസോ ദർ റിഗാർഡിംഗ് ജോയിന്റ് ഓഡിറ്റ്. അയ്യോ ഡിസഗ്രിമെന്റില് reference should be given to that. Other paragraph of both the audit report. But one question was there. What was there? I think it is there. I've written inside this. No, a complicated question was there related to 299. We'll study 299 first. Break one. Okay, okay. So what is your plan in Pepdi? Like now you have after this session almost 24 days, 25 days for exam, right? 23 days. When is start? Jan 2nd, 5th. Okay. 5th day starting. I was thinking Jan 2nd or 3rd. No. But New Year celebrating. Sacrifice everything. New Year, Christmas. Here, Christmas is not a very big festival, right? In Chennai, no one celebrates Christmas. But Pongal is coming. Pongal is after exam.
No, before exam. Before IED.
Which date is Pongal here? 14th. 20th. 23rd. 14th. I don't know. I don't know the date. I'm just asking. 14th. Because I never knew Tamil Nadu Pongal is a very festival. I've never seen. Pongal is Onam is the biggest festival. So, last time I came to THARUN'S Brainery on last January, 1 year munadi. I came to meet Tharun sir, and Tharun sir told me, Sudarsan, Pongal is there. It's better you leave tomorrow, today, or something like that. I said, okay. Like, it was like Pongal. He told me not to come for Pongal, but I came on the Pongal. I never knew this was a trap on the Pongal. What a festival was here, like road mein illa, bus mein illa, onnu illa. I'm like completely trapped. I could not go back. Like everything was like full blast. In Diwali ke, I never knew Diwali was also a bigger festival in Tamil Nadu. Oh yo, I have sleep issues. I cannot sleep. And sleep is a very problem. I sleep. It was like it's not issue. CA la irundhu kadachathu. We have the habit of nightly studying and nightly mattum thoonga mudiyum. I mean, night in the sense, morning 4:30 a.m. to 12 o'clock where I can sleep. That is my routine. But classes, I am like happy. Now it's okay, almost okay. But Diwali time le Morning, I am sleeping at around 4:35 a.m. 5:30 க்கு போட்டு ஒரு குண்டு 5:30ல இருந்து full day அவங்க பொட்டிச்சு like I am unable to sleep even 1 minute. Then அதுக்கப்புறம் at the end of the day, when the day is winding up, I am always happy to sleep by around the evening. அப்படி வந்து பொட்டிச்சு நைட்டுமே இல்லை மார்னிங்குமே இல்லை. I kept my car outside. திரும்பி after 3 days when I came outside, இந்த படக்கத்தோட லைக் இந்த ஸ்பார்க் எல்லாமே வீணு ஃபுல் வைப்பர் எல்லாம் பேர்னா போயிட்டு I never knew. I thought Diwaliக்கு நான் இங்க I'll go to Kerala. Because car is not safe outside then. But festival is so good. Like you go outside and see super celebrations. I like the people celebrating it. Open celebration, like dead celebration, like இறங்கி celebrate பண்ற. Yeah, so now it is joint audit. Joint audit le or 2 3 4 CAs are doing the audit. That is what we call joint audit. Simple. 2 or more auditors appointed for the objective of issuing an audit report, where the auditor is are described as joint auditors. Then in the engagement partner and other key members of the engagement team from each of the joint auditors. All joint auditors key members of the engagement team and engagement partners shall be involved in planning the audit. Then overall audit strategy shall be established jointly. Like easy things. Then joint audit plan also you have to make. In developing the joint audit plan, when you are making the joint audit plan, joint auditors shall identify the division of audit areas and common audit areas. And audit division of when you are making the plan, you have to divide, like this area will be done by you, this area will be done by me, and all these things you have to decide what procedures you are going to use in this area. Then document it in something called a work allocation document. Work allocation document, you have to document it. So obviously I'll ask you one question. In the question you know whether joint audit ungalku theriyuma illa. You rightly answer the question yes I could eduthu. It's not needed. Because imagine 2 CAs are there. They discussed regarding everything regarding the joint audit. Like you are going to audit this area, you are going to audit that area, all the things are discussed. Now what they are doing is, now one person has been given the responsibility to check, imagine assets sort of full area. He's checking that. But this was not documented on a work allocation document. Common audit area poiduma. Wait, it's not finished. Work allocation document, it was not documented. And future that this asset is only checked by one, the auditor number 1. Another person is not even touching it. But it is not documented in the work allocation letter. Then future some issue happened in the assets. Some that joint auditor, that guy missed some checking in asset and asset problem. Will that A be responsible, that auditor, or will both the auditor be responsible? No, the answer is correct. Question is, will A and B is there. A has checked the assets. Is A only responsible for that asset order problem? This is a question. Explain with regard to 299. But other right panna you will get only 2 marks. Other right panna you will get only 2 marks. Because the answer to this question is, A is responsible for that asset order issue. Other asset order checking misfailure happened, for that A is responsible. But both A and B are responsible, are violated SA 299 order provision without entering into this thing. So adinala both are responsible. So both are responsible for violating 299's provision, and A is responsible for assets. Other than that is the answer. This is the ICAI study material question. But still, this is the ICAI's answer. I'll show it to you. When I saw a common audit area done, A and B both are responsible. But they are saying AR is only. I thought, what is the point behind that which they are saying? A is responsible only because asset order. If asset any problem happened, A is responsible. But 299 violations both are responsible. So controversial answer, like complicated answer they are giving. This is a question, I'll show it to you. Joint audit. Where is that question? 299. Only one question is one more question was there. I think. See, Studio Limited appointed RST, and I'm hoping you know 299. Easy standard. Just hoping. Just I'm saying. Studio Limited appointed RST and Associates and XYC and company as joint auditors for the conducting the audit for the year end. During the audit, it was observed that there is a significant understatement in the value of trade receivables. Trade receivables, a problem is there. Studio appointed RST and XYZ. Two CA firms are there. During audit, significant understatement happened in trade receivable. The trade receivable valuation work was looked after by RST only. Trade receivable was done by this guy only. However, there was no documentation outlining the division of work between joint auditors. Documentation, work allocation document was not there. On the comment on the above situation with respect to allocation of responsibilities among joint auditors as per standards on auditing. Allocation of responsibilities, both are responsible, but A or the trade receivable issue RST. That is what they have written. Ungaming diplomatic answer. Practically, common audit area both will come responsible is what I believe. Here they have written it in a different way. Responsibility for coordination among the joint auditors, SA 299. Normal things they have written, that is, they are joint work which is not divided, common audit area, all these things they have written. Then conclusion, in respect of the work divided among the joint auditors, each joint auditor is responsible only for the work allocated to that joint auditor. Here work has been divided. Letter kadayadu, but work has been divided. A kadu kodutittu, B kadu kodutittu. They are taking that provision and writing this answer. If a work has been divided to someone, that work is his responsibility. Work, it is his responsibility, but both has violated standards of provision. Diplomatic answer. On fact, it is correct. What they are saying is correct, but no one will expect this kind of an answer. In the instant case, there is a significant understatement in the value of trade receivable, and valuation of trade receivable work was looked after by RST and associates. Okay. In view of SA 299 or view, RST and associate will be held responsible for the same, as trade receivable valuation work was looked after by RST only. RST and associates will be held responsible. Let me see. After this, we will do it. Okay. Then further, there is a violation of 299 as the division of work has not been documented. Further, there is a violation of SA 299 as the division of work has not been documented. So, two things are there. In September 25, MCQ. Is it uploaded? Suggested answer already. Let me see. Back. Where is it? Audited advances. Oh, the study material. Sorry. Where is suggested answer? Suggested answer. Final. 25. Oh, internet. നല്ല ലക്ക് ഇന്റർനെറ്റ് കൂടെ വർക്ക് ആകല്ലേ May 25 വരുമോ ഇല്ല വാട്ട് വാസ് എ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ എന്നാ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ എന്നാ ഇതുമാതിരി ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ joint audit related I forgot, like I checked it. Debated. Let's see. There you go, on the top of one. Advanced auditing and assurance. Oh, what is the problem with this thing? I'll do one thing. In the break, we'll see. We'll search and see. Yeah. So, this joint audit, this is only question. Where, so here you have to write two things. The thing is this one. Since RST only checked the trade receivable, RST mutton check panna, so adanale XYZ has not touched it. RST is only responsible. They are stating it because with this thing. In respect of the audit work, that is among the joint auditor, each joint auditor shall be responsible only for the work allocated to such joint auditor. Adu mattum than he is only responsible. Keep that in mind. Other basis they are claiming it. Yeah. So now 299 is done. Then 299 any important points are there? Let me see. In developing the joint audit plan, no, identifiable units basis you do it. Reporting objectives, engagement team's effort, responsibility, it's easy. Conclusion reporting. Disagreement issues, you know, right? Joint agreement. I mean, joint audit, both the joint auditors are there, and if they have a disagreement, they are happy to issue a separate report. And when they issue a separate report, give a reference to other person's report. This auditor issued one report, he need to give a reference to that person's report, and he also need to give it. Simple. Separate report. Then each joint auditor is entitled to assume that other joint auditors have carried out the part of the work. Then easy. Then comes 315. The question one that here. Let me see. Oh, refresh. Okay, let's do it. See. Then essay 315. Identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement through understanding the entity and its environment. 315, obviously you know what is 315, what is 330, what is 320, materiality also, right? But 315 quickly we will go because 315 is applicable in final also, because it will not be asked as a separate standard mostly, but it comes along with other standards. Sometimes you will have to write some points from 315 in the nature of the entity checking element. So that is why we are just quickly going through 315, 330 and 320. 315 and 330 is enough. Then 315, identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement through understanding the entity and its environment. To understand a business, auditor has to obtain an understanding of the following. Relevant industry, he need to understand. Regulatory factors. I am going to audit Mama Earth. What is Mama Earth's industry? FMCG, in the consumer goods. Then regulatory environment, then it's a skincare brand, so some skincare regulations may be applicable. Like in the testing laboratory reports, all these regulations, anything. The nature of operation, they are operating mostly on D2C segment. Then ownership and governance structure, who owns it, what is the type of investment entity is planning to make. Sometimes they would have acquired a new minimalist acquire panna chumma. So type of investment. Then way entity is structured and financed. Entity selection and application of accounting policies, including reason why Mama Earth is valuing its inventory with LIFO rather than FIFO. That's accounting policy reason. Then what is entity's objectives and strategies and those related business risk. Business order. Measurement and review of entity's financial performance. This is measurement and review of entity or financial performance. What measure entity is using to review its financial performance, and the measure auditor identify. That is this one. Entity may be checking their employees order performance through some key performance indicator ratio, some revenue growth rate. The entity is having that performance measure. Auditor has to understand what measure they are using. That is this one, simple. Then process of assessing risk of material misstatement. First identify the risk, assess the identified risk, relate the identified risk, what can go wrong at assertion level, consider the likelihood of misstatement and magnitude. That's simple. Then risk assessment process, risk assessment procedure. So I hope you know what is risk assessment procedure. Audit procedures, basic fundamental thing are divided into two. Risk assessment procedure, which is coming as per essay 315. Here you will go to the company, client company, or you will identify what are the risks before starting the audit. Just basics. Before starting the audit, you will sit and identify, okay, in this company, what are the risk chances? You will use inquiry. You will talk to the TCWG management. You will talk to them, they will tell you the company can have a problem. So you will get an idea. In the company, sales is a bigger problem, or rent is a bigger problem, or any related party is a bigger problem. So you will identify all the risk here. Once you identify all the risk, then you will assess all the risk, how risky that item is. For sale, how risky, what is the chance of risk of material misstatement in that, what is the impact of that risk. All those things you will identify and assess. Then you will prepare a list of all the risk of material misstatement items, whatever you have. Then based on this, you will plan the further audit procedure, that is essay 330. Here till now you have not checked anything, you have only identified the risk here. Then 330 you are responding to those risks. Responding you will use first, you will test the internal controls. Test of controls. If controls are good, then adukku keele vara transactions konjam less checking only you may do. If controls are bad, then the transactions below that you will not, auditor will not rely on the control, he will test that things more. I'm hoping you know the interlevel things. You want an explanation on this, I can do it, but just I'm going through because students attending live, some people would have memorized and passed the inter sometimes. So like they may know everything, but actually what is this test of control, what is this test of details, sometimes may not know. So I'm just saying. So test of controls, testing the internal controls. Then what is the next thing? Substantive procedures. Detailed checking procedures are there. Here we are checking only controls. Here detailed checking of transactions and all the balances. For that we will use substantive analytical procedure is there. Test of details is there. Substantive analytical procedure means you are using comparison and consideration for checking it. For example, if you are having a hotel, you are auditing a hotel room sales, per month the sales with vouching is very hard. So what you will do, vouching it takes 10 days of time. But if you have good data with you, you can use analytical procedure and basic calculation you can do. Like occupancy dates per day, how much occupancy was there, then average room rent you got, and like that all the things. So you can put the equation and calculate and you tuck in the answer. So if hotel order income is 10 lakh and you got our almost 9.5 lakh to 11 lakh it's almost considered as okay. That is substantive analytical procedure. Then if you are getting like hotel order, that amount was 10 lakh and you are getting 8 lakh when you are did substantive analytical procedure. So the difference is huge. It is not acceptable. So now you have to do the test of details. Details means detailed checking. But this takes time, the conjunct less time. That is why sometimes high risky items auditor may do test of details, like sales or vouching and high risky item. And less risky expenses and these things he may do substantive analytical procedure. Depending upon auditor judgment. Here you can use vouching and verification. The vouching and verification is going to over now. Over but that thing is getting over, and like everyone who is planning CA practice and like job future, are you aware about what is happening in our field? Things in the world, slowly, like we in what area we need to focus more so that we will be irreplaceable at least, because our job is actually replaceable except assurance things. But assurance things like no AI can give assurance, because so our job will be there, but potential compared to all the other jobs which are going to be taken by AI, we are comparatively in a safer side for now. I don't know future what will be. Now we are on a safer side compared to all the other, like compared to MBA, IIM, we are on a safer side. What is their job? Just manager. AI can be a manager, or 10 managers and 1 manager. But chartered accountants 10 like 10 is not needed anyways now, but 5 hours. Our data analysis and things can be done by AI, but consulting can also to an extent be done. Assurance is there. So risk assessment procedure. So risk assessment you will use inquiry of management, analytical and observation and inspection. How many of you have any plans for practice? Practice plans? No plan. Nobody is interested to practice. 1, 2. Then LRM job. Anyone business? Practice. Practice pannittu business. Job and business. Business. Chumma practice. Practice is till now, like if you ask me, Munadi job will say safe, CA job is safe. But now I believe practice konjam safe. Because if you have really decent connections, networks and skills, don't rely on retainer clients. That is the only thing. The GST income tax remain adale rely panna, you are gone. That will never be there in the future. Gone. Illana you will survive. Your time, if you are charging money, like when my previous firm where I was working, that senior CA, he was charging money for the time he is spending. For 10 minutes talk he is charging. 10 minutes client like we had social media presence and all, so people used to call, or 10-20 minutes phone basic. Normally what CS do, they will not charge anything. They'll try him to bring him to the office and they'll try to take bigger money out of him. That is a traditional CA. It's like first 5 minutes he will understand, is he a big fish for me or not? If he's not a big fish, charge him immediately and leave. If he is actually a big fish, okay, let me pull it down. So other skills if you have, you will shine it in practice. Then what are the risks that require special audit consideration? Obviously risk of fraud, risk related to significant economic, accounting or other developments, complexity of transactions, related party risk. This please study. Sometimes a question can come like SA 315 auditor is there, they may write one partner is saying something is requiring special audit consideration, other partner is saying it is not needed like that. In this situation, what you as an auditor should express on the madri, this one thing they may frame a question. Complexity of transactions, and this is easy. Now comes 330, that is responding to this risk which what we identified. Here we identified these kinds of risk. How will we respond to those risks is what we call further audit procedure. Responding means while designing further audit procedure to be performed, auditor has to consider the reason for assessment given to the risk of material misstatement at the assertion level. What is this? What is the reason for assessment? That is at risk assessment procedure. You picked sales as a risky item. That is, you are considering sale as a risk of material misstatement. Why are you considering sale as a risk of material misstatement? What is the reason behind that? Because sales is obviously a potential item, complexity of transaction is high in sales, volume of transaction is high in sales. That is why I think as an auditor, sale is a risky item. That is the reason why I picked the sales as risky in risk assessment procedure. And the reason, that reason I have to consider when designing further audit procedure. First, then I will also check what is it an inherent risk. Sales inherent it's a risk is there in the sales. Whatever you do, sale bill inherent risk is there, because sale bill is an internal generated thing. Internally people can do something inside the sales, but purchase is something coming from outside. Bill you cannot manipulate anything. So is there any inherent risk inside that? Then is there any control risk inside that? That is internal controls over the sale may fail. Anything like that is there. Then see, then obtain more persuasive audit evidence, higher the assessment of risk. If the risk is, if he is assessing the risk to be high, obtain more persuasive audit evidence. Persuasive and persuasive audit evidence. Pervasive, convincing. Convincing for the auditor. Other remember persuasive audit evidence for the auditor. Auditor convincing public. Convincing for the auditor is what we call persuasive audit evidence. Then test of controls, testing the internal controls. If there are, auditor will pick the most important controls from the firms on which he is planning to rely, and he will pick it, he will check it. For someone who don't know what is this relying on control means, imagine this, here we have 3, 4, 5 junior accountants who are putting the daily recording journal entry. Here we have a finance manager who is actually an internal control. Every day he checks and every week he reconciles all the entries, everything made by these people. So basically this person is acting as an internal control who is preventing, detecting or correcting any fraud or error made by these people. So he is an internal control. So now I am the auditor, I am the external auditor, I am coming. I have two options. I need to check all the journal entries made by them, but practically it is not possible, because per day, Flipkart, per day 1000 transactions, not like 1 lakh transactions are happening. Practically not possible. So what I will do, first option is I can take 10 or 5000 sales or something entries as sample from here, but other time taking. So first what I may do is I may test this internal control first. Is he properly working? If he is properly working, then that means he would have detected all the problems in these entries. Even first of all, I will see whether this guy is working properly. That is called a test of control. I will test this internal control. If this guy is working properly, I got the audit evidence that this guy is working properly, then mostly all the work done by him will be correct. So obviously I'll just do 100 samples to check panni finish panni move. 100 or 1000 at least. If this control is literally bad, now I have to check it this one more detailed. So auditor will check the control. If the control is good, then he will rely on the control. Rely on the control means he is trusting the control and he is only doing less checking in the below things. If control is bad, then auditor will not rely on the control, he will have to perform detailed procedures here. This is called relying on internal control if someone doesn't know. Okay, auditor shall design and perform test of controls regarding the expectation of controls are operating effectively, substantive procedures, all these things. If auditor plan to use audit evidence from previous audit about the operating effectiveness of controls, establish the continuing relevance of that evidence. Then simple. This one, if auditor last year testing all the control is not possible every year. Imagine I am the auditor. Last year I did the audit. 2 years also. Last 2 years I am doing the audit. So same company order. So current year last year I checked all their internal controls in detail. So current year because testing controls will take too much time. So current year I'm thinking, why should I check everything? Let me, anyways, controls are same again game. So I'm thinking, okay, I don't need to check the controls and I'm just relying on them blindly. That's is the game. If it is a significant control, significant risk control, like sales control, it's a significant control because sale is a significant risk item. So those controls you have to recheck it again current year. Significant risk controls, what are the controls that are over any item having significant risk? Check this detailed. If other controls are there, not a problem. See whether any change happened in the control compared to last year, compared to current year. Any changes are change illana, okay, no problem. Even if you don't check it, no problem. At least every 2-3 years audit, you have to check every controls and move. Simple. If auditor plans to use audit evidence from a previous audit, last year I checked the controls and planning to use that evidence current year about operating effectiveness of controls, establish the continuing relevance of that evidence. Last year I checked one purchase authorization was there, or control. Last year I checked that control. Current year also, if I am planning to rely on that control, first check the continuing relevance of evidence I got last year. Last year when I checked that, I got audit evidence and the evidence in the time, is it relevant now? Is that evidence is relevant now? Last year, imagine, let's take two company. I did a competitor analysis relating to any controls, anyways, just understand. Last year, boat I did. Last year, boat's competitor was Kalkanti. Other then I analyzed. But current year, that evidence has no value because current year boat's competitor is noise. Relevance point information. Similarly, you have to check the relevance of evidence. Then auditor can obtain these evidences by performing inquiry, observational method he can take. If there are changes in the test the controls in current audit. If there are no changes, controls last year control was there, current year was there, no changes, test controls at least once every third audit 3 years once do it, but controls over significant risk items should be tested in the current period. This is very important area from 315. So you can keep it in mind. Sir, I am a CA inter student. I am doing last day important topic. I will try to do it, Purvi. But this important topic, every subject practically it can be given. Audit, but how can it be given? I am also thinking. I can also give more 1,000 topics that I can give, but I am thinking like audit, that much area is there. Everything is particularly important. If you have to give important, we cannot predict anything in audit. They can ask from the nook and corner. Earlier there we had a trend auditing. But for me it's CA inter final, whatever it is. If you are asking me to give like your expected questions list, I will give you 75% questions of the chapter. That is only way we can give. Else whatever we say question will not come from that. Other than that, still as a study full chapter. Better. So I would always advise final because we saw certain questions. Nook and corner one sentence they are framing the question. So we cannot say like in a topic wise. Interlet to an extent we can say something, but final it is game is completely different. And mix and match questions are coming. Caro standards point the caro ethics are standard. Final writing time itself confusion. Now comes the substantive procedures, very easy. This is another question. This is a topic. When I can frame a question. Are substantive procedures compulsory? Substantive procedure, detailed checking compulsory. If auditor is assessing us, no risk is there. റിസ്ക് അസസ്മെന്റ് പ്രൊസീജിയറിൽ എല്ലാമേ സേഫ്, ഒരു റിസ്ക്കും കിടயாது. അപ്പോൾ സബ്സ്റ്റൻറ്റീവ് പ്രൊസീജിയേഴ്സ് കമ്പൽസറി ഇല്ല. See, irrespective of assessed risk of material misstatement, no risk, high risk, whatever it is, auditor shall design and perform substantive procedures for each material class of transaction, account balances and disclosure. This requirement reflects the fact that auditor's assessment of risk is judgmental. Because why are they saying this? Auditors, this is an important area there. Irrespective of assessed risk of material misstatement, risk assessment procedure le ange risk edukale whatever it is, he has to perform substantive procedure, detailed checking, analytical test of detail, whatever he need to do, adu avangaloda his judgment. This requirement reflect the fact that auditor's assessment of risk is judgmental, because adu judgmental, so may not identify all the risk assessment procedure le whatever auditor is identifying as risk, it is just a judgmental thing. So that doesn't mean everything is correct, no. So because of that reason, auditor has to do substantive procedure. It is compulsory, irrespective of any risk irundhal substantive procedure pannanam, because there are inherent limitations to internal control, including management override of control. So this so auditor has to perform substantive procedure. The mari chinna points are there. MCQ like descriptive will not come, MCQ sometimes they may put it. Now comes materiality, and 315 no question is there, no bigger question, it is simple standards. Materiality, two standards we have, 320 and one more standard is also there regarding materiality, something related to materiality. 450 you are not under evaluating material misstatements. Evaluation of uncorrected material misstatements. അതും ഇത് related to materiality then, because material അത് 540, ഇത് 450 തിരുമ്പി 54 മാറിപ്പോയിട്ട് 450 is also related to materiality, because materiality means evaluating anga materiality is not thing, they're evaluating the uncorrected misstatements whether it is material or not. Anga materiality is applicable, that is what I'm saying. Because if we are determining one amount as materiality, for 10 lakh amount we are putting it as materiality na. Like let me ask you, why are we determining materiality? Simple. Materiality or amount, why are we determining, how are we determining, at what time are we determining in the audit? In your articleship what you are doing, adu sonna podu in initial before starting the audit we will create materiality. First let's go over conceptual point on materiality rather than bookish knowledge. Materiality, they will never ask bookish knowledge what are the factors relating to selection of a benchmark, that is only question they can ask from here, descriptive. Other questions are conceptual. So materiality, initial stage we will determine materiality. Why are we determining materiality? Two reasons. Why are we determining materiality? To focus more, simple prioritization, correct, both whatever you said both are correct. Prioritization onnu irukku, but secondary thing irukku, what is auditor objective? Assurance to see whether financial statements are free from material misstatements. In the material misstatements enna, what do you mean by material misstatements ennoru which is creating, which is affecting the correct user's decision, other than material mistake. This is just a concept we are focusing, chinna concept, interlevel concept, but finally sometimes we'll forget this. This is related to a question sometimes complex side, that is I'm just revising rather than bookish knowledge on materiality. So concept is, first our duty is to identify whether financial statements are free from material misstatements. So what amount is what we call the material misstatement. The material ku amount venam, then only we can say we are free from material misstatements. So on the amount that is about 10 lakh, but 10 lakh any misstatement above 10 lakh is considered as material misstatement. Other than fraud is obviously material we will consider, but other case any misstatements which is above or amount venam, and the amount kaga materiality we need to find first. Second, if you are finding 10 lakh as the materiality calculation ellam vechi we are finding 10 lakh as a materiality. Second thing is for, like you said, prioritization purposes. Second purpose, priority means all the basic amounts, expenses, everything above 10 lakh we'll check first. More deep detail check pannu. If adile problem then we'll come down slowly based on limits. Then performance materiality limit, adoda key limit. So these two kind of indirect reasons are there for materiality. First, material misstatement amount different madam. That is, only we can identify material illa misstatement or amount or error. Because if financial statement I am auditing Reliance. There is a very big material. There is a material misstatement of say 1 lakh rupee or 50,000 rupee. It is not material for Reliance. The thousands of crores of turnover company 50,000 rupee misstatement is not material. Even though there is some error of 50,000, 10,000, 20,000, I will ignore it because we are only worried about material misstatements. Chinna misstatements it's not a problem. Let's ignore. Material misstatements only we are affecting in our audit report. So, in the financial statements, let's focus on materiality. So, materiality, yeah, materiality, okay, okay, materiality, first, we will determine if a company order, depending upon the company, the auditor order judgment, what should be the materiality, what should be the percentage, everything auditor determines. For a hypothetical example, let's take a company called ABC Limited. ABC Limited or revenue, like we are taking revenue as of now. Revenue is say 100 or 1 crore. 1 crore is a total revenue in there, chinna company. 1 crore revenue, and I need to, or 1 crore vendor. 10 crore revenue, 1 crore better calculation. So 1 crore is a revenue. So now I am going to do the audit. So first of all, I need to, okay, 1 crore company, if on above which amount I will consider a mistake as material. That's auditor judgment. Auditor will say, let's take materiality to be based on, let's benchmark everything. I am hoping you know, but I'll explain it once more anyways. Benchmark, he determined as imagine. Eppadi determine panna we'll learn it now itself. Then materiality he determined as say 10,000 or 10,000 vanda or 25,000. So all the amount that are above 25,000 are considered as material amount. So materiality determined as 25,000. So imagine this is 25,000. So all the amount above 25,000 are called ஒரு வேர்டு கூட ஆட் பண்ணி சொல்லணும் அதுக்கு கால்டு சிம்பிள் கான்செப்ட் called individually material. Any misstatement that is above 25,000 single misstatement or item ஒரு bill ஒரு ரெண்டு bill anything, if one bill is above 25,000 single misstatement is above 25,000 we call it individually material. We call it like that. Then for first our duty will be, so I said two things we are focusing on materiality. First is whether financial statements namakku material misstatement adukka material na amount venum adukkaga we are using materiality. Second is for a prioritization purposes. So first when I start the audit I will see basically 25,000 materiality set, all the expenses, amounts, items, everything I will check everything. First of all nare items are there, from that whatever is about 25,000 I will pick it and check it first. appo adile because adile misstatement irundha it's directly a material misstatement. So first adu I will check it. Once that is done, no misstatement, then I will go below. So then I have kept the limit performance materiality amount below the materiality as performance materiality is set 20,000. So once 25,000 is over, no misstatements I have identified, no problem. Financial statements okay. Then I am going down 20,000. All the items below 25 to 20 range items I will check it. If I found out one misstatement, only one misstatement I got. But one misstatement is say 21,000 order misstatement I got. But this is anyways below materiality. You cannot call it material misstatement. Okay, let it be there, no problem. Then still now I have time. I'm checking items below that also. Konjam sampling basis 10, 20, 30 items I am checking. So here checking I found out 7,000 order misstatement. When I was randomly checking items below 20,000, I found a 7,000. Now you total this two. it is 28,000. So it is more than materiality. Total is 28,000. It is more than materiality. So we call it as aggregately material. Individually or aggregately in the view system. Here individually one bill itself is more than 25,000. We call it individually material. This madri keela irna items you got a total aggregately material. So this is just the concept I told you. The inter concept chumma revise pannenge. Like actual application in real life auditing is completely different. Firms moodle they may do it here and there. This is just theoretical learning. In your life you would have done it in very different ways also. So materiality, okay. Then this is the concept of materiality. So first is materiality. Then there is something called performance materiality. Performance materiality means, imagine I am keeping the risk as, materiality as 25,000. Sometimes there is a high chance that some misstatement will be there or 23. Okay. So to be on a safer side, just an amount below the materiality also I'll keep it. That is called a performance materiality. This is full focus. This is B category focus, then Kila C category focus, like that. That is performance materiality. Then there is something called revision of materiality. You when you're starting the audit, sometimes the financial statement year may not be completed. Adukku munnadi you will start the audit planning and all these things. So when you start the planning, like you are appointed almost 6 months before the financial year end. When the auditor is appointed, tell me for an audit of 23-24 financial year. On which AGM auditor is appointed? AGM held at 23. So basically almost 6 months before the end we are getting appointed. So we will start the planning there itself. In Inter there is one concept you learned. Planning starts when the one audit is completed, then next audit you are starting the planning. So basically when you are appointed you are starting the planning. So audit planning you will initial first risk assessment okay. Then you are planning materiality. In the strategy time or audit plan time you are focusing materiality. So there, based on revenue profit, you are calculating materiality. On what revenue? Year end agale. Upper revenue, from where did you get the revenue? Because anticipated revenue, budget madri, forecasted revenue, forecasted sales which I am calculating the materiality. That is on or November I am calculating this materiality based on forecasted sales. Forecasted sale was 10 crore. Based on that I calculated materiality. But and I have started the audit procedures also, basic procedures. But actually year end profit is, sale is only 9 crore or 8 crore. If materiality amount wrong, I will revise the materiality now. So that is what we call a revision of materiality. So this revision can happen in different circumstances. One is this one. The materiality was initially calculated based on expected result, and the expected result, actual result different per option. Second, change in circumstances. Earlier, when I calculated the materiality, I was thinking managements are good guy and all this, but after 2 months into audit, I identified company or fraud company. Appo materiality kammi panna. So I may revise materiality. This is called a revision of materiality. We learned now what is the concept of materiality, performance materiality, then revision of materiality we learned. Then one more thing, how to calculate the materiality and benchmark. Benchmark. What is benchmark? Standard essay. Setting a standard or base. That's a basis. For example, materiality is amount is basically a percentage of auditor will determine a percentage. Like imagine 2%. 2% of say profit before tax. Here PBT is what we call a benchmark, or like 0.1% of revenue. So revenue is a benchmark. So audit is something. Other 10% is what we call 10, or like whatever the percentage is what we call benchmark. So materiality. So here I think I have a really good sheet in the calculations. If someone in your office you have not done materiality, in the sheet like highly conceptual about materiality, everything, misstatements and immaterial, then concept notes with the calculation regarding materiality. So here basically just look at here benchmark materiality is like 10% of 150 crore, you are putting 15 crore. This is materiality. Then performance materiality is a percentage on materiality. So 60% of materiality, 15 crore, 60% you got it, 9 crore. Then, okay, then practical, okay. Okay, statements are considered to be material if it affects the user's decision. Done. Now we will focus on the book question. I mean, CA final. Yeah, essay 320 materiality. We'll just finish this and class is done. Essay 320 misstatements are expected to be material if it affects users' decisions. Simple. Determining materiality and performance materiality when planning the audit. Audit strategy time you have to. The key see performance materiality amount set by auditor at less than the materiality level for financial statement as a whole. Use of benchmark. In here, question may come. If they are asking a descriptive question, benchmark is the high chance. Either factors affecting benchmark, examples of benchmark, revision of materiality. Done. Only this much. 320 is a very small standard. In final, internal it is big. But they can put 320 in question. If any question, any material or misstatement, something related to that you see, immediately guide see whether 320 is applicable in that or not. Because mixed question make very easy with 320. Just say like a question of materiality amount or wrong no judgment they can make it. Use of benchmark in determining a materiality. When you are determining a materiality, use of benchmark. A percentage is applied to a chosen benchmark as a starting point in determining materiality. So, how will you select a benchmark? That is a question. You on the point, one point was there. So okay. Let's focus on benchmark a bit. Benchmark means now let me ask you. You are anyways going to be auditors. So you are going to audit a startup. The startup, let's take tell me a new startup. Pudu startup, new startup. Not like Zomato, it's like 5-10 years old. New startup. You mind the new startup. One important startup was there 2020. You are imagine OpenAI is in India. You are going to audit OpenAI. As for determining materiality, what will you take as a benchmark? OpenAI oda enna edukkum benchmark. The logical question, practical, they can come in exam.
Competitors.
OpenAI oda basic benchmark what you will take? Revenue, profit, assets, everything is there. Funding benchmark benchmark determination. Benchmark basically means auditor picks a benchmark based on where the users are focusing. I'll say the concept behind this. For benchmark means materiality determine we need a standard. That's basis we are calculating. So we are auditing a company called OpenAI, which is a newly startup. Because for a company like OpenAI, imagine you are an investor. If you imagine you have a 10 crore rupee, you are planning to invest in OpenAI. What is the most important value you will see it in their balance sheet, in the P&L? What value? For a startup, you'll only look at revenue. How much market have they captured initially? But Zepto, still loss making. All the companies are loss making, but still revenue is the term where everyone looks for a startup. That's conceptual. Common investor, when you think from, if someone wants to get into investment banking, we need to understand. So for a startup, where are the users focusing? Users means, imagine I have a 10 crore rupee, I am an investor. In users of financial statement, I am a user of financial statement investor. So I want to invest money in Zepto or OpenAI. I will never look at their profitability because they are startups. So Jio start panna. Jio 2015 launched. When they launched in 2015, if someone is looking at Jio profit, zero profit. 2020-21 zero profit. So because they know they are using a cash burn strategy. Every company, startups, what they do, initially they will pump in the money, get the market share, then they will increase the money. Jio is using, Zepto is using, Blinkit, everything is using the same strategy. Zomato, initially when they launched, No one, they were no charging no zero commission, zero fee, plus a lot of discounts. That time Zomato no profit, but investor is investing in Zomato based on the Zomato revenue. So for a startup in the initial, that is for a business in the initial phase of its initial years, like till it reaches its top, revenue means a sale figure is what the users focus. This is normal case. Exceptional cases are there, but normal case business initial 5 years startup business, startup areas, anything revenue is what you focus. But the moment a business reaches at its peak, like a company like Reliance or Tata, you are going to invest in Tata or Reliance, you will never look at the revenue, you will look at the profitability. Because although age old company, profitability is what the factor most. So you will look at a profit in the, this is what we call life cycle. I am explaining the concept of benchmark. I'll just explain why it is very important. Yeah, in the point, the profit peak point, company you will measure only the profit areas, because this is what we call the life cycle of a company or a life cycle. Then there are certain other companies which are for non-profit basis companies are there. Some government order companies or some construction, metro rail constructions, basically more than profit, their aim is the welfare of the society or all these things. And the mother, any other government projects company or all these things, you will look at the cost, because on the company they should keep the project cost low. So cost is where the users are focusing there. Or there are other companies like mutual fund company and the other companies are there. They are holding hell lot of assets, money, mutual fund units they are holding. Mutual fund company, LIC, all these companies, insurance companies are all HDFC Insurance, ICAI Insurance, ICICI Mutual Fund, HDFC Mutual Fund. They are asset based companies. So if I want to invest 10 crore in that company, I will focus on the asset of that company. Asset path I am investing the money. So users are focusing on asset. So auditor will take you at asset as benchmark. For startup, users are focusing on revenue. So auditor picks revenue as a benchmark. For profit, like stable businesses, profit is where the users are focusing. So I'll pick profit as a benchmark. Profit order percentage I'll find as benchmark, like that. That is what we call a benchmark order concept. So when you see here, so guys attending live, I hope you understood. Without the further explanation, just you can just write it down. I'll happy to help you. So yeah, a percentage is applied to a chosen benchmark. I am going to audit a startup, so I picked OpenAI, adoda revenue as a benchmark I picked. So a percentage is applied to the chosen benchmark. I picked revenue is a okay. So a percentage is applied to chosen benchmark. A benchmark and the benchmark you are putting a percentage, and based on that you are determining materiality. Determining a percentage to be applied to a chosen benchmark involves the exercise of professional judgment. What percentage to put? That's auditor order judgment. And understand MCQ, there is a relationship between percentage and the chosen benchmark. Or a relationship is there. I'll say what it is. Such as percentage applied to the profit before tax will normally be higher than the percentage applied to total revenue. Why? Amount will be more. Simple. Common sense. So that's it. That is benchmark. Imagine a company order revenue. If someone is not understanding, wait, I'll explain. Revenue is say 1000 crores and the profit is say 100 crore. So benchmark, when auditor is putting, imagine auditor determines the benchmark as say 1%. If 1% of 1000 out of 1% will come, but same 1% in game he cannot use it. Amount will be so lower. So when he is taking revenue, he will put it as 1%. When he is taking profit, he may put the same as 10% or something similar amount. So there is a relationship between percentage and benchmark, percentage and chosen benchmark, such that a percentage applied to a PBT will normally be higher than the percentage applied to total revenue. Percentage applied to profit. It's easy, but now what are the factors that affect the identification of appropriate benchmark? Includes the following. That is, or a company, I am going to audit a startup. Should I pick revenue? Should I pick profit? Should I pick asset? Which item should I pick as a benchmark? For that, what are the factors I will consider? Enna factors paathitte and idile decision eduthu. That is the key. First, I will look at elements of the financial statement. That is assets, revenue, expense, liabilities, equity. Company, what elements I will just see. How much assets company is having? Is it an asset-oriented company? Assets, very high assets. So, asset-oriented company I can understand. So, first understanding, I will see the elements. Assets, revenue, expense, liability, equity. Statements full I checked. Then I will see whether there are items on which attention of the users tend to be focused. For a startup, attention of the users are focused on revenue. So, then revenue. Then nature of the entity, where the entity is at its life cycle. That is why I showed you that chart. Entity is at its nature of the entity. In a business, what business entity is doing? What, for example, ChatGPT. I mean, OpenAI. OpenAI is a life cycle starting facility is there, but the nature of the business is highly potential. AI and world in only 3-4 companies are there like that. In that, GPT is one. So the nature of business is so good, and life cycle it is at the startup phase. For 3-4 years is only happened. So the startup. That is why I told you all these things before. Then I am explaining, so you will understand a bit more. Illana direct understand panna sometimes understand panna. So life cycle. Industry and economic activities of the environment. Then entities ownership structure and how it is financed. How much debt is there? How much equity is there? Who owns the company? Everything. Then relative volatility of the benchmark. If he is picking asset as a benchmark, what is the volatility? Change that can happen in years. Asset change is very less. Asset almost removes 10 to 20% here or there only maximum it will go. But revenue may sometimes go to a dip. So volatility, if he is taking revenue as a benchmark, adoda volatility is high. If he is taking profit as a benchmark, adoda volatility is high. If he is taking asset as a benchmark, volatility is a bit low. So auditor will consider all these things, then he will pick a benchmark. This question, don't just memorize it. Idu konja understand panni vechukko, because case study le MCQ sometimes or single they can frame you one question like 8 marks, 4 2 marks question, just with this they can frame. Complicated. So in the sentence, understand and keep it. If they 320 they can make it. Okay, so the mnemonic, if you want, you can remember RENA owns user elements. RENA means reputation, the relative volatility. NA means nature. RENA owns ownership structure on user elements. Done. Very easy. Yeah. Then examples of benchmark for profit oriented entities. Profit before tax, like Tata, Reliance, that is the thing. If PBT is volatile, then revenue. For public utility projects, programs, net cost you can take. If entity has a custody of assets, then assets. Then revision in materiality in changing circumstances, new revision, new information, change in auditor's understanding. Then this one example I told you. When the financial result are substantially different from anticipated period and financial result. We determined the materiality initially with the anticipated financial result. Anticipated sale vechittu December we determined the materiality. But financial year end happened, anticipated sale was 10 crore, we determined the materiality at that time. But year end when it comes at sale is now the revenue is say 12 crore. Appa amount to mark it. Appa I need to revise materiality now. Actual amount to change it. So that is this one. Then if auditor concludes a lower materiality is better, then he can do that. Done. 402 will take it tomorrow, else you will die. I will die first of all. The throat I am having literally very bad. So let me see any questions was pending. Irinda I will show to you. What was the questions we did? It was pending. 260 we did. 299 this is easy. 260 we did. Then this is easy question. Then this one also we did. 11, 12 and 13 is 402's question. No problem. Now, tomorrow we will do. Tomorrow we will finish 402 and hopefully 300 series whatever was there we finished. Now the basic 300 is there. Planning, not important, like very important. Then what is that? Tomorrow we will finish 402, 500 series. 500 series please come, because 500 series is where 402 is very important, plus 560 and 570. It seems very easy, this standard, but that is not very easy. Highly technical standard. Guys attending live also, tomorrow please attend 402, 560, 570. Baki everything you can learn it by your own. It's not a very big deal. 560, 570, 402 and one more is there. 505 is easy, 510 is easy. 530 sampling. Sampling is easy, right? So, final level sampling is not highly also tested. Then the tolerable rate of misstatement and simple, we'll explain anyways, depending upon sampling. Analytical procedure is there, but final level it is not, like internal it is highly asked. Like importance based on return on investment. Sampling learning will take you, if you wanted to go detailed, it will take you 4 hours sampling. Sampling is very detailed topic. Different types of sampling, then the tolerable rate of misstatement, the anomaly, sampling is an enjoyable topic. Like everyone knows, in your articleship also you would have done that. Sampling, the only tough thing is the stratification, value weighted selection. But it is very easy. I'll just show one thing. Like 1 minute. Sampling is 1 second. Where did I put it? 2 minutes ago topic. I finished it. Sampling, value weighted selection. You know it. You would have seen it. Caro, is it tough for you? Caro, close remembering tough. Eh? You don't never remember. 5 marks a direct question. Caro, close remembering is literally easy. It is that easy. You have any mnemonic for that? Then how are you remembering? I'll do one thing. Last day, we'll take Caro. I have the best notes. Notes. This one you will love it. Caro. Like I'm not going detailed into Caro or anything. Just putting into your head what is Caro, all the mnemonics of Caro. Because that is a 5 marks straightforward question. Even though the standards or chapter are 700 series, because you know all the 700 series. 710 is where you get a bit stuck. 710 we'll do. Caro, please, and guys attending live also on the last day or like 8th or 7th. 8th or 7th we'll do Caro. Please visit, because Caro 100% you will not forget. Guarantee I'm saying. Every clause number, what are the sub clauses inside, everything. I'll just, Caro is my USP in CA inter and final, not a USP Caro. I can show it to you. This is a Caro chart. This is a Caro chart, or mnemonic. Now when you see it is highly complicated. But this is literally easy, and all of my like inter students, all these things are having this chart with them. Caro will make it very easy. Then sampling, sampling, some basic, the value weighted selection. What is the next thing? Stratification. Stratification versus value weighted selection. Simple. Stratification, dividing a population into discrete subpopulation which having identifying characteristics. Imagine this is the population given to you for checking. 10 invoices are there. In the invoices is given like this. So first what you will do, what is the thing? Dividing a population into discrete, different subpopulation which have identifying characteristics. See, this population you have divided it into subpopulation having identified characteristics. See, 0 to 500 varekum varra bills alla inge. Invoice number 239. Then 500 to 1000 varra bills alla inge. Then 1000 plus whatever the bills is there, you put it like this. So now this population have a discrete characteristic. That is everything above 1000. This has a discrete characteristic, 500 to 1000. Then you pick 2 samples from here each. Done. Stratification. Here we are dividing things based on stratification. That is only thing, stratification. Ways of stratification. When performing test of details, if population is stratified by monetary value you will divide it like this, same thing. Whatever we did, same thing. Then if population is stratified by a particular characteristics, this I will explain if you want more next day. Characteristics like Rama, Nisha, Raju, the characteristics like aging of debtors, what a basis if they are dividing. Okay, divided based on aging, 0 to 1 year. How many debtors are there? Like divided like this, and you can pick sample from inside. Only this much is there sampling. Then value weighted selection. What is value weighted selection? Selecting samples based on value. High value item you are taking, low value item not taking. That is value weighted selection. Simple. They see this much debtors are there for checking. See, Rama, Rahul, just imagine you are auditing a company, this much debtors are there. How will you check the sample? If you closely observe, see 10 lakh chinna amount, 1.8, 2 lakh chinna amount, 13, 18, 15. So basically, 2, 3, 4 people are making almost 80% or 90% of the population. So they are high value items arranged in the ascending order, descending order, like whichever is the highest. Highest 4 people എടുത്ത് ഇവങ്ങളെ 4 പേരെ ignore. So large value items you pick. There you pick 2 samples. This is value weighted selection. Only this much is there. Then the only thing you have to learn is this tolerable rate of misstatement, the tolerable rate of deviation. അതെന്നു தெரிஞ்ச ഒന്നുമേ ഇല്ല അതുള്ള. Tolerable rate of misstatement is how much misstatement can you tolerate. I'll simply say അതവിടെ വേണം കൊടുത്തിട്ടില്ല. Like test of details work, test of controls work. 2 things are there. When you are testing an internal control, that is what we call tolerable rate of deviation. Misstatements, the test of details, when you are checking items like financial statements item, we call it tolerable rate of misstatements normally. Further, if you want, we can test detail, but simple. How much difference can you tolerate in the misstatements? Or we'll do it next day. Lena, mind full up. Or you wanted to do it today or tomorrow? Tomorrow. Okay, fine. Yeah, so we are done 1:30 sharp. We have finished. Then 2 or extend the portal. Like normally my target is to finish it by 1, but even if we extend till 2, that is why I always put like normally we should not extend beyond what we said. 2 days is only 5 days. 2 days is only 3 days. Very okay. Like that. Okay, hope you had a good session on this. MCQ. Then yeah, the can't open. That's phone. Okay. Is there any question? ഏതാவது ഐഡിയ இருந்தா சொல்லுங்க ടക്ക് നമുക്ക് പോവാം. അല്ല ഫസ്റ്റ് കേസ് സിനാരിയോ അല്ല സെക്കൻഡ് കേസ് സിനാരിയോ? ഞാൻ അന്ത ടൈമിൽ വായിച്ചത് ഇതാ. 1 second. In the question I'll take this to notability. ഇല്ല yeah. Which question? SQC or question? This one. Then questions first read. Following details are available from the balance sheet of EC Finance Limited. 540. 12th. ഇത് രത്നേഷോ അല്ല ഇതാ രത്നേഷ് ലിമിറ്റഡ്. Which question was 12th question? Which audit firm is responsible for lapses in the audit procedures for testing of control activities relating to information processing in terms of 299 in case the audit procedures are not performed professionally by subordinate staff of ABC and Associates? Once more, which audit firm is responsible for lapses in the audit procedure? Nowadays, ICAI earlier, when May 24 munnadi this case studies, you don't have to read the case study. Direct question edutittu pola. So which audit firm is responsible for lapses in the audit procedures for testing of control activities relating to information processing in terms of 299 in case the audit procedures are not performed by subordinate staff of ABC? Any full question? Okay, where is it starting? Ratnesh Limited, a listed entity, is having the business of hiring oil rigs, is established. Okay, the company is having the head office in Mumbai, having a corporation. Okay, company appointed MR and JK and the ABC associates are joint auditors. The professional work was divided by the audit firms among themselves mutually. Okay, mutually they divided. However, work relating to information processing, which is a part of the control activities, a component of internal controls of the company, which was allocated to MPR and company specifically and was part of the and was not the part of joint audit assignment. Due to shortage of resources, MPR and company took the help of subordinate staff of ABC and Associates or staff or help, but still MPR has the responsibility. Shortage of responsibility, MPR took the help of subordinate staff of ABC for such a verification. But they are saying specifically allotted in the given, right? A work relating information which was part of the control activities or component of internal control was allotted to MPR and company specifically, was not part of the joint audit assignment. Okay, Only this much is written. Verifying. Due to the shortage. Part of while verifying controls. Okay. While verifying the controls, subordinate staff of ABC observed the following activities. Okay. Actual performance was reviewed against budgeted one. Controls verify panna time le ABC observed the following. Okay, enna observe panna. Actual performance was reviewed against budgeted one. Edit checks of input data and numerical sequence checks. Authorization for access to computer programs and data files. Controls over the okay. During audit of the company set up. Where are the other related? Only this much is there relating to that one, right? So obviously, while verifying control, subordinate staff observed the following control activities. Okay, but this is specifically for not opinion catered, specifically work is allocated to. Not a part of joint agreement. I mean, common area. I mean, the answer is it responsible for what was the question? 12. A good the day the firm. MPR company correct. Because the work was specifically allocated to MPR. Joint agreement, basically joint audit, 4 people are there. 4 people are doing the joint audit. In joint audit, if any work is specifically allocated to one joint auditor, it is damn his responsibility. Irrespective of we learned that question there. Based on that question, ICAI framed this question. Based on that descriptive question was there, the same concept is here applicable. So when the work is not allocated, work is allocated to someone, even though the agreement work is specifically allocated to him, properly when you allocate, actually work allocation document should be signed. But if any work is allocated to one person, it is his responsibility. That is what we learned. Then work allocation document both of them have a responsibility for that violation of 299, but still the work order responsibility is him. Other the problem, it is his responsibility. So even though the work is given to MPR, but MPR resources was not there. So MPR used the help of other ABC or some other assistance, but still responsibility MPR. Just think like this. I am auditing one company. 3 branches are there. Like 3 auditors are there, 3 branches are there. One is in Chennai, Kochi, and another branch is in Bangalore. I am auditing the Chennai branch. About my responsibility specifically assigned for Chennai branch, and Chennai branch one some transfer or some issue of Chennai branch is there in Bangalore. Bangalore company Chennai branch or related party or something is there in the Bangalore. So another confirmation something I wanted. So I was unable to get it. So I called the Bangalore auditor, but responsibility of Chennai is mine. I told the Bangalore auditor, sir, can you please help me with this? But still it is the problem, still it's my responsibility. Because Chennai branch is my responsibility. So Chennai, even if I take the help of other joint auditor, this responsibility is mine. Because 299. Just one sentence they are putting it. Joint audit. It is the individual. This area is where the game case. All the joint auditors shall be jointly responsible. Everything it is written. That is work not divided and carried out by all. Because here the work is already divided. And the situation of work divided. Decisions taken by all. Okay. Then here comes. It is the individual responsibility of each joint auditor to study and evaluate the controls and assessment of risk relating to the area and work allocated to the said joint auditor. That's all responsibilities. Decisions taken by its proper execution. All the joint auditors are responsible. This is the key you have to remember. All the joint auditors are responsible only in respect of decisions concerning nature, timing, and audit procedures agreed among them. They agreed our department is only for that guy in MSQ. Agree that is so they have the responsibility for its execution, individual responsibility of the joint auditor concerned. It is the individual responsibility of the joint auditor. So anga problem irna other responsibility individual. But 299 violated because work allocation document was not made. That is only extra criteria you can write. But core answer is ICAI is correct there. Okay. Option B, mate ABR company, ABC company. Yeah, so done. So hope you got some value. So see you tomorrow with 500 series and 400 series, 400 and 500. 1 o'clock will start. Is that okay? Problem? I mean, better that, because now we are tired. If we go home, either it's hard to restart studying. Like konja break food when the insulin kicks in, your body goes to sleep automatically. Harder. But think the opposite. Morning when you are morning you are good. Imagine you are waking up at 7 a.m. average. You can study till 12. Then noon time anyways you are sleepy. Get something and go. Much better, right? Compared to, because nowadays now for your next your productivity is what matters. And guys attending live on YouTube also, morning is your peak time. Do the self study your own. Self study then tough. Class easy or YouTube live easy. But so better do the self study in the morning, and afternoon anyways we are sleepy. Sit at the class, let's sleep together. Okay. Yeah. So guys, see you tomorrow. Okay, so guys on YouTube also, bye bye. So, and all the notes, everything will be in the Telegram channel. It will be mentioned in the description. Okay, I'm going to mention. Let me see.